We are now streaming properly, so I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you everybody for coming out to tonight's February 13th regular council meeting. We'll call to order at 6:05 p.m. Are there any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will now head to presentation to past council members. I'll ask Mr. Graves to make the presentations, please.
Thank you. We have a couple presentations we're going to do tonight, and so we'll call them up one by one. First, presented to Edward Ted Comiskey, Mayor, Town of Ingersoll from 2010 to 2022, in grateful recognition and with deep appreciation of your outstanding contributions, dutiful leadership, and steadfast dedication to the community for the past 12 years. Congratulations.
Good evening. Mayor, Council, Administration, and certainly the public, I thank you so much. I was honored to represent Ingersoll around the world and across Ontario, across Canada. And it's all about respect. I respect the people of Ingersoll. I respect the Council. I respect administration and all their staff because they do so much work. Most of all, I respect the position. This position needs respect, and it can only have that respect if respect is given to the job. And I hopefully did that for 12 years. Publicly, I want to thank a beautiful lady, my wife Sherry, who you wouldn't believe how much work your wife does when you're in this position with phone calls and times and nights out. I thank you very much, my dear. Love you. Thanks again. And to everyone, thank you very much. I'm very honored.
Thank you. Our next presentation is to Fred Freeman, Deputy Mayor for the Town of Ingersoll from 2003 to 2022, in grateful recognition with deep appreciation of your outstanding contributions, dutiful leadership, and steadfast dedication to the community for the past 19 years.
He does it much more eloquent than I do. Thank you very much. Much appreciated that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves, for completing that. We will now move on to delegations and presentations. Ingersoll Services for Seniors Update, Wendy Palen, Executive Director, and Christine Smith, Community Services Coordinator. Welcome. Can you just make sure the mic is also on, please? Oh, yep, sounds good.
Don't have to use my, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, this new setup there. I wasn't sure where we were supposed to stand, so perfect. So thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invite for tonight. Wendy Palen, Christine Smith, Executive Director and your Community Services Coordinator. We would like to thank you again for the opportunity to inform some new members, new faces on your council this year or this term, and returning members and the community at large. This year we are celebrating 31 years as Ingersoll Services for Seniors and 29 years as an active recreation center for older adults. We are governed by a body of volunteers, board of directors, including community representatives, center members, and an appointed representative from town council. We are a standalone, nonprofit charitable organization with 3 departments supporting older adults. First, In no particular order, assisted living, supportive housing. This program was developed by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care to prevent early admission to long-term care facilities. It's a 24/7 support program which enables seniors and adults with disabilities to enable them to remain independent in their own homes. Clients are referred to us by the Home and Community Care Support Services team who identify at-risk individuals. Clients must meet eligibility criteria. Individualized care plans may include personal care, housekeeping, nutrition, social interaction, accompanying to appointments, and more. Care plans are updated quarterly and adjusted to meet changing needs of the individual. Our assisted living program is managed by one full-time and one part-time staff, overseeing 15 support employees. Initially in '92, ministry funding was received to support 6 clients. Today, we support 34 clients with 12 on a wait list. The wait list is based on the available budget. Second department, Community Support Services. This department coordinates and provides supports for frail and elderly individuals and disabled adults in Ingersoll area. And I'd like to meet one of our newer staff members, Christine, and she is going to enlighten you on that department.
Good evening, everyone. Coordinated by myself, we provide options and information to assist clients to remain safe and independent in their own home. These include foot care, home help, transportation to and from medical appointments, shopping needs, bank, hair appointments, etc. Clients pay a very small fee for their services, and our drivers are reimbursed for their mileage. We have excellent drivers. Meals on Wheels, Frosty Meals, in-house dining program that we run on a Friday, as well as curbside pickup every week. Delivery of home-cooked meals for isolated seniors, those who cannot drive themselves or just want to have a really good cooked meal. Crisis and intervention support, advocacy for seniors in need, information and referrals, assistance with preparation of government forms. We all know how hard it is to find the government forms. Free assistive devices equipment loan program, telephone reassurance, free income tax preparation, senior housing inquiries, and community information directory. All clients requiring services must qualify based on a criteria established by the Ministry of Health. Clients meeting criteria are also identified by the Home and Community Care Support Services team or by self-referral based on their personal needs. A centralized registration system for Oxford County accepts and refers clients to the appropriate community support agency. In the first 9 months of our current fiscal year, we have supported, get this, 1,400 individuals in our community service. That is 155 different people per month.
Busy lady. These first 2 departments, the Assisted Living Department and the Community Support Services Department, receive funding from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. The Assisted Living funding provides the service for the clients, and the Community Services funding provides the funding to manage and coordinate the services. The Southwest region is divided by geographical service hubs. Our hub extends from Mount Elgin to Harrington, to Thamesford to Beachville, meeting the boundaries of other Southwest service providers. We are required by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care to submit quarterly reports as well as an annual multi-sector accountability agreement. The legal document ensures that our organization meets government requirements. This leads to our 3rd department and the visual part of our organization, as we sometimes say, the building itself. The Active Rec Center for adults 50 and better. Drop-in and registered recreational programs are offered to adults 50 and better. Programs encompass health and wellness, fitness, social, educational, bus trips, special events, seasonal activities, holiday celebrations, arts, and music. The purpose of our center is to provide a space for older adults to be socially engaged, physically active, and to feel they are an integral part of our community. Our center has always been member-driven, determining programming trends. Recreational activities are offered 5 days a week, one evening, and special events on scheduled weekends. We currently have over 640 members and look forward as our center continues to regrow with new programs and events. An annual membership fee and program user fees support the cost of our programs and events. Fundraising events, grants, and donation from center friends generously support the operational cost of this third department. Individuals may also participate as a non-member for an increased cost amount. Our doors remained open throughout the challenge of COVID as our board, staff, and volunteers adapted and rose to the challenge of offering programs and services, virtual programs, telephone educational programs, expansion of phone visits, phone and lawn visits, porch visits, meal delivery, grocery buddy delivery, and shopping, and curbside meal pickup. The curbside meal program has proven to be so successful that we have opted to keep the Tuesday delivery. Thank you to the town for an awesome parking lot to do that in. And new meals have also returned to dine in for 1 day a week. What a wonderful attendance last Friday as we had 76 people sit down for dinner, which used to be a regular weekly, so it was great, just like it should be and like it will get back to every day. And tomorrow, another 88, is that right, I think? We'll enjoy pickup or delivery of a full-course turkey dinner. You're too late to sign up. You missed. Noon's the cutoff. That's my little marketing advertisement. Clients do not need to be a member, however, of the center to access our assisted living program and or our community support services. We function, however, as an umbrella over 3 departments providing supports to older adults with all their needs. Volunteers, a huge success, a huge focus of our organization. Member volunteers initiated the center way back in '94 and continue to assist in managing, coordinating, and taking ownership. Our member and service volunteers contribute over 10,000 hours annually. And based on, if you do the calculation with the Ministry of Senior Affairs, volunteer time valued at then $20 an hour, do your calculation, over $200,000 in time. It just shows and proves the value and determination of our center and of the volunteers that support us. How do we use this building? A lot of times we're asked. It's huge. Do people live here? No. However, as tenants of the town of Ingersoll, we are very fortunate to fill all corners. We have 8 first-floor programs, rooms, which includes our dining room, our library/computer cafe, multi-purpose room, front lounge, the billiards room, support services and activity room, plus the welcoming front lobby coffee area. These rooms house most of our weekly and recreational fitness programs, foot and blood pressure clinics, client meetings, Rotary, Kiwanis, community partner support groups, and the list goes on with people who use our building as a community hub. We are so fortunate for the space. Storage space on first floor east wing is where large adaptive equipment such as hospital beds, scooters, and electric wheelchairs are stored prior to pickup. It's that lack of elevator to go upstairs. So we improvise, and we're fortunate we do have the space from the previous use. In addition, we have 4 offices for 8 full-time and part-time staff, and a front office for reception for all programs and service needs. Our part-time cook and janitor round out our organization. The second floor provides 2 rooms for fitness programs for active members, a small gym for members, the original tatami meditation room that was the Japanese Suzuki workers during the original use of the center. Storage rooms for all program and event supplies, art workshop areas, storage for the multitude of adaptive equipment we accept, evaluate, repair when needed, and loan out to the community at large. In addition to our weekly room use, we also provide storage space to community service clubs, Rotary, Kiwanis, the County Prom Program, the Southwest Public Health, storage for large inventory, as I mentioned earlier, of the equipment need, and this continues to grow in that search. The community groups, clubs deliver programs and services to the community of Ingersoll. Having their home base in our center is a win-win for all of us. These groups understand, value, and recognize our focus and appreciate the support we give them in return. These partnerships have been established for over 20 years. We are one, I should say, of only a few senior organizations in Ontario that can offer one-stop shopping, as we like to say, for seniors in our area. We have been members of the Older Adult Association of Ontario since '95 and the Ontario Community Support Association since our opening. Our annual budget has grown to over $1 million for our upcoming fiscal year. 70% of our organization's total budget is received from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care to support the assisted living program you heard me speak of earlier. Membership fees, program and client user fees, donations, grants, and fundraising contribute 12.5% of our revenue. The Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care funds 14% of our budget for managing the home support services that you heard Christine speak of. 3.5% of our funding is your annual grant that we thank you again, sponsored by the town of Ingersoll, and the generous lease agreement over and above these figures we have with the town of Ingersoll for our space at Suzuki Center. As you've heard this evening, we consider our organization to be the hub of our community for the 50 and better group. I thank some of our board members and staff team for joining and supporting me this evening, not only tonight, but ongoing. We thank you for the opportunity to share and celebrate our success. On behalf of the individuals here this evening from our organization and the members and our staff team, please come and visit. We extend an invitation. You can learn, see so much more. Have a coffee, have a tour, participate in a program, or sign up for lunch the day before. A lot to see and do. The need is there for our community, and we thank you for the support, and I open to questions, or later on, please feel free. I love to share what I do, obviously, and I have a great team to support. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll certainly take you up on the offer to come and visit for sure.
I'll call you in a month if you don't.
That's the key.
I know you're a busy man, but I'm a busy lady. So.
Absolutely. My wonderful assistant Victoria will certainly set up the time for sure.
It just says so much more if you come and see what
Oh, 100%, 100%. I encourage all councillors to do that as well. Are there any questions from council on the presentation? Councillor Hughes, please.
Even though most of us aren't over 50 or 50, are we still invited to come and visit? Awesome, that's great. Thank you.
You can even come for lunch. You don't have to be 50 and better.
Ah, perfect. Okay, I can eat. Yeah, that's good.
We'll even let you kick balls around upstairs if you're really young at heart.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. Please.
Councillor Hallerow, please.
I just want to say a thank you, a big thank you to your staff and you guys doing a wonderful job. I've been there and I know I loved coming and talking to the seniors, and this year in practice I'll be joining you guys. So I really appreciate the work you're doing. Thanks.
Councillor Van Kootenbosses, please.
Well, I'm privileged to work with this board that has shown up tonight, and I want to thank them for coming out and supporting our executive director and for presenting to us tonight. It is a great center, and if you haven't been, not just here, but anybody in our community really needs to go out and see what there all is to offer. If you don't have access to a computer, it's not a problem. They have it all in paper there as well, and they will show you what's all out there. They have card games. I mean, yeah, it's amazing. And I go at least once a month, if not more, and I am not 50 plus. Getting close, but I'm not there yet. So I think there's only one that's reached there, maybe. But anyway, it is an amazing center. You do so much for our seniors. Being a part of the board has really opened my eyes as to what all our seniors need. And I know that it's really only for the seniors, but I really want to put it out there about the equipment program, because there is a lot of equipment out there. And there's so many questions on the computer from people saying, hey, how can I get a pair of crutches? Has anybody got access to this? Anybody? Let me tell you, call, because they have it all. Christine is your woman. She will set you up. It's a loan program. You just need to give them your name, address, I think birth date. Yeah, and I think that's about it. And like, you can use it and then bring it back. And it saves you that much more money. You don't have to go out and purchase something. It's a loan program. So take advantage of that, spread the word. They have more than enough for everyone in this town. Sometimes a little too much, but it's all cleaned and ready to go. When it comes back in, it gets cleaned and then put back out there. So Thank you, ladies. Thank you to the board for being here, and it's my pleasure to serve with all of you, so thank you.
Excellent. Is there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming, and thank you.
I'll leave some hard copy newsletters out there.
Please do. Thank you. Excellent. Councillor Hallerud, do you have a resolution, please?
So moved by myself, Councillor Hallerud, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Town of Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive as information the presentation of Ingersoll Services for Seniors from Wendy Palen, Executive Director, and Christine Smith, Community Services Coordinator.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is passed. We will now move on to consent agenda, please. Councillor Hudson, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, that the items contained in the February 13th, 2023 consent agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that? Any items that want to be highlighted in the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will next move on to council minutes. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please, minutes from the special meeting, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the minutes from the January 16th, 2023 special meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we'll go to Councillor Bowman for the other special meeting of council from January 30th, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the minutes from the January 30th, 2023 special meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on those? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we'll now go into special reports, and we'll start with the first one on the agenda, which is A-00123 Rain Gardens. Mr. Graves, please.
Thank you. This report has taken some time to get here, but staff took a little extra time to make sure that we got input from the residents and legal advice on how to proceed. The options that are proposed are really driven by the input we received from the residents. We can now confirm that legal advice has found a way to implement the requests that were received from the residents. Staff feel the costs of this solution are relatively minor, and they will bring forward a long-term sustainable solution to this problem that we've tried to work for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Hughes.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I see that what you're recommending is option 3 and option 6 and option 3, whichever how you want to look at it. So the lateral fencing is basically going to be running along the property line between each residence so that they have access to that back area, excuse me, as opposed to being completely shut out from it. Is that correct?
That's correct. So for the phase 1 rain garden, the majority of the residents in that area wanted to access the property. So we'll be removing the fence from the one side and then installing a lateral fence that would run perpendicular to the rain garden. And that way they would be able to access the rain garden that they actually own and take care of it in a manner that would assist in making sure that it's taken care of properly. And but it won't provide them access to their neighbors' properties. That's the intent of the lateral fencing.
Follow up. Thank you. So I know this rain garden, the way it was initially proposed, is not supposed to be mowed or cleaned up or anything to that effect. So how is this going to work with the residents that have access to that now? Are they obviously going to be able to trim down a lot of the, I'll use the word weeds, not the wildflowers that were intentional or were initially suggested would be planted? Is that going to in any way affect the operation or the ability for all this water that is meant to absorb going to cause any issues that way?
That's a great question. Thank you. If I could, Your Worship, through you. The intent will be that the rain gardens will be kept to being a rain garden. It is already their requirement because it actually is owned by them. But we will be sharing with them information from UTRCA that shows the types of plantings that can be put into a rain garden. You actually can use grasses in the rain garden, but there's supposed to be certain types. So we will be requesting that, or we'll be providing them information on how to maintain it. Some may choose to have more of the flowery type rain garden, and some may choose for the more grass type rain gardens. But we'll be working with them to make sure that they know what they can do inside there to maintain it properly and ensure that it flows the best that it can.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
Just off of that, if I may ask then, we're also going to be sharing with them that they shouldn't be changing the landscape in the respect of height of that area, and that they should not have any kind of, oh my gosh, sheds, thank you. You knew what I was thinking. Any structures, thank you, to go on the back there. We're going to be sharing that all with them as well.
That's correct, and that was a big topic of discussion during the input that we received, and yes, that will be made clear to them. As well, should they put sheds on the facility, they're likely to cause flooding on most immediate on their own property and their neighboring property pretty quickly. So if they did do something, they would probably recognize the error of their ways rather quickly. So, but we will be advising them to be clear. The easement already states that, but we'll be going over that more clearly when we implement this solution.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is more of a clarification question. All these rules and regulations are all going to be registered on title for these properties, so when change of ownership happens, the new owners will be able to carry on with the policies and procedures that the previous one had to abide by?
There is already the easements registered on title that do talk about structures not being placed on the easements and access for the rain garden. There is also the subdivision agreement that points to the rain gardens, but it doesn't have the specific types of plantings and those kinds of things, so we'll have to provide that to the residents. But we're hopeful that this education, we may have to periodically go back and provide re-education for the community every so often to make sure that they're aware of what it should be. It should become a little bit obvious because it will from time to time have water flowing through it, so they'll be aware that they're not able to have just sort of anything on the property. They'll be able to have certain specific types of plantings and materials on it.
Does the budget that's included, does that include any money towards plantings for the residents?
No, it does not at this time. I would just put that in there for the fencing and the legal aspects of it. We are, I think, being quite conservative in that budget. I don't think the fencing is going to cost us nearly that much, and I don't think the legal is going to cost us that much either. So it may be possible to provide some plantings. That's something we were going to broach with our Parks and Rec department before we actually did the transfer over to the individuals, is what can we supply to them that may assist them, depending on each individual's needs, you know, if they want flowers or grasses or those types of things.
Councillor Hughes.
And just one final question. With regards to the developer, I know we've assumed that section of the subdivision. Is the developer coming forward with any support in regards to the redo of this rain garden?
That's a great question. We will be asking for the phase one, and that may be part of what, if we provide some plantings to give us some materials that might assist with that. Because we've assumed phase one, we don't expect that we'll get a whole lot out of the phase one, but the phase two, we have not fully assumed. So we will be requiring them to bring it up to a certain standard in the certain types of grass so that we can take over maintenance of that portion of it, because that's the intended solution for that one is. So there'll be much more input from them on that. We've made them aware of that already, and they're prepared for that.
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Through you, Mayor, to staff. Aside of the decision that has to be made today, did staff learn anything that we should think about for any like future low-impact development?
Thank you. I learn every day. Is that, yeah, definitely. And this really reminds me a lot of what happened when stormwater management ponds were first developed a long time ago. I think Ron will remember when we first started to do stormwater management ponds and how we fence them and how we protect them. Rain gardens are new, and going forward, I think we definitely learned some materials that we would put more policies in place in the subdivision agreement that would state here's what's required, and try to make sure that they meet a standard before anything's assumed. So there's a bunch of learning process through this that I think will set us up better. So it's not to say that rain gardens never would be done again. It's just would be implemented a little smoother and a little cleaner. So I'm proud that we've got to this solution. I really appreciate the patience that the residents have given to us and worked with us, giving us great advice and input. We couldn't do it without them, and but I think all of that has assisted in us getting to learning and improving.
Councillor Hughes, do you have a resolution?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerou, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report A-001-23 as information, and that Council select option 6, the town to remove fence and install lateral fence as detailed in the report to be applied to phase 1 of the rain garden as requested by the residents of that section, and that Council directs staff to work with the residents to effect that change on the ground, on the ground, installing lateral fencing on the title legally through lawyers, and that $7,500 be added to the Parks Land Improvement budget for fencing. Page 2, sorry. And that Council select option 3 for phase 2 of the rain garden, and that staff work with the developer to bring the garden up to an appropriate grass standard with the eventual goal of town assuming the gardens and its maintenance, with the costs of that ongoing maintenance to be covered in the ongoing Parks Department budget.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to speak to this. I want to commend staff for putting their hand up and saying, hey, this went wrong, and working with the residents. And I want to thank the residents for especially in phase 1, for really engaging in the discussion about what's best to try to fix this. Things happen, and I guess it's always this saying, that's how you respond. And I want to compliment staff 100% on responding the right way, taking the time to make sure there's a solution there that's going to be in the best long term for everybody. I want to say I am disappointed in the developer for not following through with what they promised residents. Certainly that's not the kind of developer we want to have in our town. Trust goes a long way between people, and it was certainly broken in this scenario. People were promised one thing, and it certainly wasn't received. I apologize on behalf of what the town steps took that made that worse. But again, I think we've come to the table and tried to do what's right. I can't say the same thing about the developer, but that's for them to face. I'm satisfied that this will improve the scenario for residents in the long term and create a good scenario going forward. I don't want low-impact development to get a bad name. This was just a bad application from it. Again, it was a learning experience. Sitting as the vice chair of the Upper Thames Conservation Authority, we see the positives that happen up off Ingersoll, on Ingersoll Street. And that was a very well-done, low-impact development that's still thriving today. So I think there's a strong future for this that keeps away from stormwater management ponds and allows more development to take place denser. So again, lessons learned, and moving forward, they can certainly be implemented correctly. So thank you to staff, thank you for the residents, and I'll turn it over to any comments from council. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now move on to the second report, which is possible trail development in the town of Ingersoll Trail Vision. Mr. Graves, please.
Yes, thank you. This report is really to document what possibilities are coming forward and to frame some of the goals of trail development. This will assist staff and the Trails Committee in meeting their mandate.
Excellent. Any questions of the report? Yes, Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. I like this report. I think it's great. I think we're finally moving forward with some direction on our trails. I think this finally gives us an opportunity to be able to connect some that we've already started. I really think it's going to be a real positive thing for those that like to walk trails and enjoy the outdoors.
Excellent. I agree 100%. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll ask Councillor Hallerud for the resolution, please.
Through you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hallerud, that the council of the town of, moved by myself, Councillor Hallerud, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the council of the town and corporation of the town of Ingersoll receive staff report A002-23 as information, and that the council adopts the trail vision established in report A-002-23, and further that council directs staff to establish the Trails Committee mandate based on this vision.
Excellent. Any comments? Councillor Van Kootenbosses, please.
I was going to say a comment earlier, but you just said questions, so I was trying to make sure that because I didn't have a question, but if you ever wanted to know about our trails, this is an excellent report. I really commend staff. Honestly, I didn't even know all of these existed until I was going through the report as of Thursday, and I'm totally amazed. Thank you. I think it really sets us up to have trails. It was one of our strategic plans, part of that, and it's just an amazing report, so thank you.
I'll come on that. I want to thank staff as well as our Trails Committee as well. Those members have put in a lot of work walking properties with UTRCA and staff to identify possible new trails and making sure that they're included. And so I want to thank them as well. On our recreation master plan, trail networks were identified, I believe, number 3 of very highly of things that people want in our community. It's a great way to have active transportation as well as just the recreation to be able to get out and enjoy the town. And so I'm happy to see that this come to fruition, and it's going to be exciting to build some kilometers per trails, right? So, any other comments? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I want to echo what the councillor and the mayor have said. Great report, staff. I'm actually quite happy to see that the Upper Thames Conservation Authority has come to the table as well with working with the town in building our trail network, even down in the floodplain area. It's good to see that, and it's always nice to see that natural area where people can enjoy and get back to nature and recharge, for sure. Thank you.
It's certainly one of the things that UTRCA will allow in floodplains. They encourage it, so that's good. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will now go on to number 3, Council Advisory Committee review, please.
Thank you. So this report serves to provide council with an overview of the composition and mandate of its advisory committees. So advisory committees are those that are formed at the direction of council and serve to provide a means through which the public can provide input on areas of interest and priority for council. Typically, advisory committees are discretionary unless required by statute, like the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Ingersoll currently has 6 advisory committees, so they are the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Municipal Heritage Committee, the Ingersoll Physician Recruitment and Retention Advisory Committee, the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum Advisory Committee, the Recreational Trails Committee, and the Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee. As noted just a moment ago, advisory committees exist to provide advice on and to consider matters within council's jurisdiction. To ensure the ongoing efficacy and alignment with council's objectives, it is recommended that the mandate of each of your committees be reviewed at least once per term. As council recently adopted its strategic plan, staff have taken the opportunity to review the aforementioned committee's mandates against the plan's priorities to determine and recommend opportunities for alignment. This report provides council with an overview of each of the committee's mandates and makes recommendations for updates, and further recommends that all committees be required to provide staff with an updated terms of reference. Except for the Accessibility Advisory Committee, council really has full discretion as to the mandate and objectives of each of its committees. Once the mandates are established, staff, and this is kind of next step, staff will proceed with promoting membership to the public through social media and a planned poster campaign. And we will be seeking formal appointments via bylaw at a forthcoming council meeting, likely the April meeting, since the March meeting is moved up a week due to March break. The report in front of council is pretty lengthy, so I apologize. But understandably, there may be some questions, so I'm happy to answer any of those at this time.
Questions from council? Seeing none. Would council like to have some discussion on the committee's mandates at this time, or are they comfortable with moving a motion? Councillor Halleroot.
Question I have regarding the Accessibility Committee. There was a mandate that you have to have a disability to be a member of this body.
So I can respond to that. It's the majority of members are supposed to self-identify as having a disability. So whether that's visible, invisible, episodic, it's quite a broad definition. But the legislation does state that the majority of members are to self-identify as having a disability.
So just to be clear, we are able to include parents of kids with disabilities in the committee, right?
Through the mayor to you. So we can, so long as our majority of members are those individuals who self-identify as having a disability. We have done some preliminary work to reach out to our existing members to determine if they are interested in reappointment, and many have said that they are. So I believe we should be fine with the ratios and some of the applications that we've received thus far.
All right.
Councillor Van Kouten-Bosens, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to talk about putting the trails and the Safe Cycling Committee into one active transportation committee. Do we know how the committees feel about this one? And I don't know whether it's you, Danielle, or maybe, I know the mayor sits on both of those, so I'm just wondering how they feel about the combination of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I can put some insight in that. I've talked to the committee members. There is some concern there because there's a lot of work to do on both fronts. They're worried about the lengths of meetings and how that would be structured to make sure that they would be able to achieve the mandates. And having a subcommittee of safe cycling would almost make it a separate committee as well. They do recognize staff time and commitment to this, so they're willing to find ways to make sure that they're most efficient as possible, but at this time they would like to maintain separate, but have a close relationship as well.
If I may. Absolutely. Sorry, thank you for that. So is it mostly, and because I don't sit on either one of those committees, is it mostly the same people that are sitting on the same committee, or was there separate committees in that respect?
They are totally separate committees, except for myself and former deputy mayor. We've sat on both of them, but all members are different. They have different interests, I would say, even though some, obviously you have some cyclists that use trails, and usually you don't have some trail users who use cycling lanes or safe cycling. The cycling committee would like to focus on education. That was a major part of their last, the last term, was making sure that children have cycling education, and there's some opportunities to partner with the school board that the former cycling coordinator was looking into. So they would really like to focus on that during the next term, as well as providing information around the cycling network in town to make sure that it's up to par. Talking to them. The Trails Committee would like to focus, much like the report stated, on the Trails Master Plan, completing that, and then looking at the maintenance and what we have right now and how we can create new trails. So similar in nature with active transportation, but looking to complete different tasks. So the committee members would very much appreciate if they could remain separate and complete those goals. Again, it's more not that they're worried about working together, it's just making sure that there's enough time allocated in meetings towards each goal. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Just reflecting here on the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum Advisory Committee, would it be advisable, or what would be the downfall of making the Heritage Committee a subcommittee of the Museum Advisory? Would there be any?
Would staff like to answer that or put input into that?
Go ahead, shoot me down. I don't have a problem with that.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Hughes, I think because the Heritage Committee's objectives are so prescriptive under the Ontario Heritage Act, and they have budget allocated to kind of achieve those objectives, it might be beneficial to keep them separate. We've also had an individual come forward with an application who is very passionate about this. I think the committee will be well served. This is an application that will come before council. I might be stepping on Michael's toes here a little, but that just because it's so prescriptive under the Act, I think it would be best to kind of separate it, have those members really be fully educated on what's required per the Act, and have them move forward on that.
Mr. Graves?
Thank you. I think the clerk handled that well. I would say much the same thing. The only thing I think is we might want some input from the museum, so having a member, possibly the curator, advise would be helpful. But the goals of the Heritage Committee are so specific, I think it might become cumbersome for the museum board to have that. So more, I think, the other way, input from the museum board or the curator, some advice, and would be helpful.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hughes, I have to agree with staff. Having sat on the Museum Advisory Board for a number of years, although it is historical, I don't think it would be something that would be a good fit. However, saying that, again, staff has mentioned the fact that the museum would be there to assist with historical records, information, and possibly even be able to keep some record keeping for this committee. And then it could be all archived and put in one spot. So the history wouldn't be lost, but yet it wouldn't be part of the advisory committee.
Is there Deputy Mayor Wilson, please?
Through you, the Cheese Museum is our only tourism asset, or, a main tourism asset. And I believe in the strategic plan, it did talk about increasing tourism. So I'm curious if council wanted to consider, underscoring increasing tourism and visitors to the museum, or if that's maybe too prescriptive of the activities they might take on.
That is open for Curtis, please.
Well, we're going to have a presentation by Scott tonight, hopefully on a bit of a council orientation on the museum. But the museum's mandate is to drive tourism and to increase visitors, and staff work very hard to do so. So you can include it if you want in the mandate, but staff are already working on that. That's the core function of the museum is to bring people into town. They work closely with Tourism Oxford. They work closely with a number of different partners, Creative Arts Center, various different organizations, and they're very much the hub for tourism and for visitors into town. So that's already being done by staff, and that's their core mandate. So whether it's highlighted in the mandate or not of the committee, it's being done by the museum staff as it is.
Any further comments? Seeing none, Councillor Halleru, do you have a resolution, please? Oh, no, sorry. Councillor Hudson, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-006-23 as information, and that the Council approve the continuation of the following advisory committees for the 2022 to 2026 term of Council. First being Accessibility Advisory Committee, the second being the Ingersoll Municipal Heritage Committee, third, Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum Advisory Committee, fourth, Ingersoll Primary Care Recruitment and Retention Advisory Committee, and that the mandates for each committee as identified in this report and as recommended by staff be adopted for the 2022 to 2026 term of Council, and that Council approve combining the Ingersoll Recreation Trails and Safe Cycling Committee into one active transportation committee, and further that Council approve the mandate of the active transportation committee as established within the report.
Discussion. Oh, yep. Any discussion? Councillor Hughes.
The last part of that motion was discussing the merging of the two activity, the cycling and the trails. Are we going to eliminate that from the motion?
I do have an amendment ready to move such a thing, but if someone else would like to move that, I will be open to an amendment.
I'll move that, definitely.
Is there Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens second? Discussion on the amendment?
So if I may, being a seconder, if the mover
We just
doesn't.
have clarity. Councillor Hughes, can you provide clarity on what the motion is, please?
Certainly. Just, I'll pull that motion up here. To do resolution package. Bear with me for a moment. Apologize.
And I will ask that it be written, please.
All right, will you
As
speak?
per the procedural bylaw.
Right, will you speak?
As per the procedural bylaw. Move a motion that we amend the motion to remove and that council approve combining the Ingersoll Recreational Trails Committee and the Safe Cycling Committees into one active transportation committee. And that the council approve the mandate of the active transportation committee as established within the report.
Okay, and you're okay with the second on that still, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens?
Yes, if I'm getting it correctly, that we're removing the combining of it, and we essentially will be approving the continuation of those two advisory committees.
Yes.
Perfect.
Discussion. What are the mandates would council like to have for those two separate committees? Would it be a combination of what was developed here? Or would it be something else?
Oh, sorry, I didn't look at that.
This one here, sorry.
I didn't look at that.
Are the, I'm sorry, are the mandates already listed in the, just the background in the mandates? I see, sorry, just the backgrounds for both of those committees. Proceed with the previously approved mandates of those two committees.
Okay, is that part of the motion?
Yes.
It is, okay.
You're not going to get it just yet.
No, I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're going to be discussing. Okay. As it's being written, is everybody clear on what the motion is? Is there any discussion on the motion? Deputy Mayor, please.
we just approved the trails vision, so I guess I'm just curious from staff if this, I'm cognizant of the needs of the committee, but does this duplicate work because the trails vision will now have to kind of be, put forward to both committees and be brought, like it might cause some duplication and maybe how staff might
Okay.
maybe deal with the fact that we've passed the trails vision and it's going to be now split up among two committees.
Would the mover and seconder be okay with removing it as of now and then deferring the decision on the mandate for staff to come back since we're changing their recommendation? I think that given looking at the original mandate, Ingersoll Safe Cycling was to assist in forming and implementing a cycling master plan. That's happened. So there is new goals, and so there should be a new mandate. And again, as the deputy mayor stated, that there is new goals with the trail vision. So I think it would be fair to staff to
Yeah,
bring back
definitely,
at
I
a-
would.
even at the
yeah, I
next
would-
meeting, possibly, just to have.
That would work well to defer the mandates for both committees.
Yep, Mr. Graves, please.
I would say, because we do have the Trails Vision affecting the mandate of the Trails Committee, specifically related to the creation of new trails, will be relatively easy. We can sort of come up with a mandate pretty quick from that. And I think what we could do, given the potential for this resolution to pass, we would then go to the Safe Cycling Committee and saying, what's your intended purpose? And it may well be that because they are more promoting and encouraging, those two goals are quite different and separate. So it may be very good that council's taking this step and looking at them separately. So staff would take that away, and those are the starting places we would start from forming a mandate for each of those committees.
I will read the amendment one more time. Moved by Councilor Hughes, seconded by Councilor Van Kooten-Bossens, that we remove the combining of the Ingersoll Recreation Trails and Safe Cycling Committee into one active transportation committee, and that we defer the mandates to go back to staff and come back to council to the next council meeting. Discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now I'll ask, does anybody like the original motion read again? No? All those in favor of the original motion? As amended? As amended. Opposed? That's carried as well. Thank you for that. It's important to get those in writing and correct so we know what we're talking about. We will now leave the regular, who has the motion to rise? Do we need a committee rise? Excellent. Please, Councillor Halliday, please. No. Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, you have the council to go in the Committee of Adjustment, please.
All right, moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll adjourns the February 13th, 2023 regular meeting of Council at 7:03 p.m. to go into a Committee of Adjustment meeting to consider the following minor variance applications. 1A-01-23, 347 King Street West, and the applicant is James A. Vance Construction. 2A-04-22, 286 Oxford Street, and the applicants are Tim and Andrea LeBlanc.
Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are now in Committee of the Adjustment. Would the committee entertain a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, I'll make a motion that we have an adjournment for 5 minutes.
I have a seconder for that? Councillor Bowman? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will reconvene at 7:10, please.
Danielle? I want to thank you for the effort you put into this diversity thing.
Okay, how do I get behind everybody? Over and talk to her before she reads that, because it would have been a whole lot easier.
I actually used the objective of the Coalition of Municipalities as my campaign points.
Instead of, like.
And just like I always go back to BC,
Wherever
the Plan A
yeah, that
and
whole
BC.
bottom part, you could have just all.
I was part of
just said-
Rogers when
Well,
we
you would have
had
just
really
said,
We will now reconvene in the Committee of Adjustment. I now declare the Committee of Adjustment meeting to be open. The Committee of Adjustment is authorized to consider applications for minor variances from the Town of Ingersoll zoning bylaw under Section 45 of the Planning Act. This meeting is being constituted as a public meeting under Section 45-6 of the Act for the purpose of receiving public input on the requested minor variance, which will be considered this evening by the planner in the Committee of Adjustment before a decision on an application is made at a future meeting of the committee. Those wishing to receive the decision of the committee on the application being considered and are in attendance in person, please sign the record of attendance for the relevant application outside council chambers. Those attending virtually, please submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under subsection 1745 of the Planning Act if an appellant has not provided the Committee of Adjustment with oral submissions at a public meeting or a written submission before a decision has been rendered by the committee. Our first minor variance application public meeting is A-01-23 347 King Street West, James A. Vance Construction. Do any member of the Committee of Adjustment have a conflict of interest on the application being heard this evening? Seeing none. The application to be heard concerns A-01-23 347 King Street West, James A. Vance Construction. Has the Secretary of the Committee received any additional correspondence on the application that is not noted on the agenda?
I have not.
Thank you. I now request Planner Ron Verstegen to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested minor variance. Good evening, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick with this application. The application for minor variance is requested by Ingersoll Machine and Tool. The property is shown on Plate 1 of the planning report, and in particular, the applicant is seeking 4 variances to accommodate an approximate 81,500 square footage addition to the existing industrial facility on the property. The variance is sought for the exterior side yard, which is along the Ingersoll Street frontage. That's considered to be exterior side yard in this case, to reduce the setback from 15 meters to 11.5 meters, to increase the building height from the required 15 meters to 18 meters, as well as reduce the setback from the center line on an arterial road. And again, that's the, in this case, it's Ingersoll Street. It's the arterial road in question, to reduce the setback from 29 meters to 24 meters. And then finally, to reduce the parking requirements from 253 spaces to 184 spaces. The Plate 2 of the report is the air photo of the property. In particular, the lands obviously are located on the southeast corner of Ingersoll Street and King Street. The property currently contains 3 buildings on it. The first is the main industrial use, which is about 158,800 square feet in area. That's where the addition is going. There is the 9,000 square foot building, which is in this location, basically in the northwest corner of the property, that is to be demolished to accommodate the proposed addition. And then finally, there is also the smaller industrial building that is at the northeast corner that is to remain. Plates 3 and 4 of the report basically are provided by the applicant to give a context of where the addition is proposed, and then Plate 4 is also the profile plan that's been provided by the applicant. In terms of land use, the lands are designated for industrial purposes and also for general industrial zoning in the town zoning bylaw. So the use is permitted. It's really what the applicant needs is to vary a couple of provisions to accommodate the intended development on the property. The zoning of the property is appropriate. As mentioned, we just need to vary a couple of the standards to accommodate the development. As the clerk has indicated, there's been no comments received at the time of this report being generated for committee's consideration. So that's really just kind of a very quick overview of the application. If there's any questions from the committee, I'm more than willing to help you.
Thank you, Mr. Verstegen. Does the applicant or the representatives have any comments or anything to say concerning the application? Sorry, can you just come up to the podium, otherwise people at home cannot hear you.
Hello, Matt Reisner from Vance Construction, and just here to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you. I will now open this meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides one opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and committee of adjustment before the report and recommendation on the requested minor variance is brought forward at a subsequent meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide a comment in support or opposition of the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern, stating their name and address for the public record. Is there anybody in the audience who would wish to have comment? Seeing none. Members of the Committee of Adjustment now have the opportunity to ask questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Any questions from Committee of Adjustment members? Councillor Hughes, or Member Hughes, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. To Ron, actually. In regards to the expansion and the variance, there isn't much difference to the center line from Ingersoll Street over to their property difference than what there is at the old Ingersoll Fasteners building. That's the next property to the south.
Sorry, so you're talking about the existing building compared to?
No, not the existing, but the new addition.
Right. Well, the only reason is that the increase is required is actually because of, it's triggered to the height requirement, which is increasing from 15 to 18.
Right.
It requires additional setbacks, so what we're doing here is just kind of making sure that the proper provisions are in place to enable this to move forward. So it's really because of the height requirement is adding additional height to it, which requires the additional setback provisions.
So that building to the south is only 15 or maybe 15 meters high then? Okay.
And I think Mr. Reisner can probably compare that or indicate, but I think what we're doing here is that not the entire building is going to be at that height. I think there's only going to be a small portion of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. That's correct. Okay.
Which is reflected on the elevation plan. So you can see here again, it's not the entire building addition that is going to be at that 18-meter standard. The majority of it is going to be actually at the 15-meter standard.
So that 18-meter section, that is the Ingersoll Road facing?
Yes.
That bottom?
The third one down.
Right, the bottom one, okay. Okay, all right. One more question, please.
Member Hughes, please.
Thank you. Sight lines don't pose any issues in regards to the variance in that regards?
Through the chair, I've got comments from Public Works at the county right now, and they've not cited anything in their comments yet.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the committee? Seeing none. If there are no further comments or questions, then this public meeting of this application is concluded. The application will now be scheduled to come before the Committee of Adjustment at a subsequent meeting, during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered and a decision will be made. Thank you. Okay. We will now enter the second minor variance application, public meeting A-04-22, 286 Oxford Street, Tim and Andrea LeBlanc. Does any member of the Committee of Adjustment have a conflict of interest on the application being heard this evening? Seeing none, the application to be heard concerns A-04-22, 286 Oxford Street, Tim and Andrea LeBlanc. Has the Secretary of the Committee received any additional correspondence on the application that is not noted on the agenda?
I have not.
Okay. Thank you. I now request Planner Ron Verstegen to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested minor variance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next application is property that is located in.
Sorry, Mr. Verstegen, I'm just going to interrupt you 1 second. Sorry, if we're going to have conversations, can they be had outside council chambers, please? Sorry, I don't mind conversation, but if this had outside of council chambers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is a request by the LeBlancs to accommodate an accessory building on the subject property that would be approximately 816 square feet. That would be in addition to the existing 576 square foot accessory building for a total of 1,300 or approximately 1,392 square feet. As shown on the planning report, plate 1, the property is on the west side of Oxford Street between Ann and Dufferin Street. Plate 2 basically gives an air photo of the property. It gives you showing the existing uses in the immediate area and also on the subject property itself. The lands are designated for low-density residential purposes and are zoned low-density, or sorry, R2 in the zoning bylaw. In terms of surrounding land use, we have single-detached residential and semis in the immediate area. We also have Oxford Manor to the north, and also Seacourt Trails Community Care is located to the west. In terms of existing uses on the property, there is an existing dwelling that is approximately 2,725 square feet in area. Plate 3 of the report gives provided by the applicant, shows the proposed addition relative to the existing dwelling on the property. The property itself is about 20,125 square feet in area. It also shows the attached garage that's to be where the applicant is seeking the addition. In terms of official plan, as mentioned, the lands are designated for low-density residential purposes. And generally, low-density dwellings and accessory structures are permitted use within the low-density residential designation. And again, the coverage with respect to accessory buildings is generally there, and it's really between, it's either 10% or of the lot area or 100 square meters of the gross floor area of the property. And that's really there just to ensure that the structures don't become overly large. They're kept secondary to the main use, which is the dwelling on the property, and also to ensure that they don't impact on the enjoyment and amenity space on surrounding landowners. As the clerk has indicated, there was no additional comments that were received from the public with respect to this application. So subject to any questions, that's the extent of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verstegen. Does the applicant or the representative have any comments or anything to say concerning the application? Seeing none. I will now open this meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides one opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and committee of adjustment before the report and recommendation on the requested minor variance is brought forward at a subsequent meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition to the application may do so by coming forth to the lectern, stating their name and address for the public record. Is there anyone from the public who would like to make comment? Final call. Seeing none. Members of the Committee of Adjustment now have the opportunity to ask any questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Would any of the members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none. If there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application is concluded. The application will now be scheduled to come before the Committee of Adjustment at a subsequent meeting during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered and a decision will be made. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment for the Town of Ingersoll in respect of this minor variance, they must submit a written request to the Secretary of the Committee of Adjustment, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Secretary must provide notice of the Committee of Adjustment's decisions to all those who request a copy within 10 days after the making of the decision. Those entities entitled to do so may appeal the decision to the OLT by filing with the Secretary within 20 days of the notice of decision. The notice of appeal must set out the objection to the decision and the reasons in support of the objection, accompanied by the required fee. If there are no further comments or questions, then I call for the adjournment of the public meeting. Councillor Van Kootenbosens, you have a motion to adjourn, please.
two that are Councillor Bowman or Councillor Halleru to close,
Those are to receive. Oh, should we?
to close the, close the public meeting.
Who's in the adjustment, committee of adjustment?
For one of the applications, yes. So, and Councillor Bowman has another one. There's two.
This one, who's in Tina and Andrew? Which one?
Right, you have Tim and Andrea, but there was two of them, so.
Okay.
We'll have to close that one, then we'll close the committee.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that this Committee of Adjustment public meeting for application A-01-23 be hereby closed.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now we'll go that. Councillor Halleru, please, close the second meeting, please.
Yeah, move, through you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that this Committee of Adjustment public meeting for application A04-22 be hereby closed.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's
Can we
carried.
receive them after? We still,
No.
Mr. Mayor, we have to receive the reports.
The public meeting, but that will receive the reports. Those are the next resolutions.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, do you have a resolution to receive CP 202352, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Member Bowman, that the Town of Ingersoll Committee of Adjustment receive Planner's Report number CP 2023-52 as information.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, that's carried. And now, Councillor Hughes, do you have motion to receive Plan Report CP 2023-51, please?
Yes. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Halleru, that the Town of Ingersoll Committees of Adjustment receive Planner Report number CP 2023-51 as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, do you have a motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Oh, wait, sorry, that's for the...
Councillor Hudson has to bring us back to
Councillor
regular.
Hudson, please. Yes, please. Motion.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, that the February 13th, 2023 regular meeting of council come back into order.
Discussion. All those in favor? That is carried. We are now back into council. So now we will return to our agenda, and we will now go to number 4, Diversity and Newcomer Committee, please. Oh, sorry, I apologize. We have another public meeting. We will now do zone application public meeting ZN 622 37 North Town Line, please. Okay. I declare the public meeting to be open. This meeting is being constituted as being a public meeting held under the Planning Act for the purpose of hearing zoning amendment proposal ZN 6-22-11. This meeting is also intended to provide the opportunity to any person in attendance to make a presentation to council. We ask anyone in attendance who wishes to receive the decision of council on the application being considered this evening to sign the relevant attendance record outside of the chambers. Those wishing to receive the decision of the committee on this application being considered and are in attendance in person, please sign the record of attendance for the relevant application outside council chambers. Those attending virtually, please submit written requests to Town Clerk Danielle Richard at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under subsection 25 if an appellant has not provided counsel with oral submissions at a public meeting or a written submission before a bylaw is passed under this section. Does any member of the council have a conflict of interest on the application being heard this evening? Seeing none, The application being heard concerns ZN 6-22-1137 North Town Line, Paul Price. Has the clerk received any additional correspondence on the application that is not noted on the agenda?
I have, so I'll read that out loud. You haven't included it. Oh, okay. Ron will speak to it, pardon me.
Excellent, thank you. I now request that Planner Ron Verstegen to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested zoning amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's application for council's consideration. If it's familiar, it was because you had seen this, a previous version of this application a couple of months ago. The application itself, the prices are seeking to construct an oversized accessory building on the subject property while also retaining a smaller building. And the intent here is to build an approximate 1,344 square foot accessory building, and also, as mentioned, there is a smaller accessory building that they want to retain, which is approximately 180 square feet, which represents a total of 1,524 square meters. And as mentioned, this application was before council a couple of months ago, and at that point, the prices were seeking to build basically accessory building that would have totaled essentially about 2,100 square feet. Now, what happened since then is actually we had prepared a report for council's consideration at the previous council meeting that recommended against or not supporting the application. However, the prices requested that the matter be deferred, and they then revised it to reduce the size of the structure to what it is before council today. So as shown in the planning report, the lands obviously are located on the south side of North Town Line, just west of just west of Thames Street. The plate 2 of the report shows the existing uses on the property, and then finally plate 3 is the sketch that was provided by the applicant that shows the approximate location of the new revised or reduced structure that's to be proposed. Lands are designated for low-density residential purposes and also are zoned R1 within the town's zoning bylaw. Now, as mentioned, the applicant is seeking to allow an oversized accessory building on the subject property. Now, versus the previous application, it has been reduced by about approximately 30%, or about just under 600 square feet in area. And again, just to kind of reiterate, based from the last application, again, with accessory buildings on residential properties, there's a provision in the bylaw that basically allows them to be 10% of the lot area, or 1,000 or 100 square meters, or 1,076 square feet, whichever is the lesser. Now, considering this property is about an acre in area, it's the 100 square meters or 1,076 rule that shall prevail in this particular case. The lands are surrounded by residential primarily. There is agricultural to the north that are within the township of Zorras. In terms of provincial policy, the application, in our opinion, is consistent. Really, we're talking about accessory residential structure here, not so much the main use, which is the residential use. And again, with respect to the official plan policies, our opinion application is in keeping with the OP policies, as an accessory building to a residential use is really considered to be in keeping with the OP policies. Now, as mentioned, the zoning really is there to ensure that these structures don't become overly large, so that they're secondary in nature and subordinate to the main use, which obviously is a residential property. And they're also there to ensure that the uses don't become overly large and have an impact on adjacent properties, or at some point down the road invite the opportunities for them to be converted to some other uses, such as commercial uses, which then can potentially have an impact on the enjoyment of neighboring properties. In terms of agency comments, probably the most relevant to consider here is the town's chief building official, who cited no objection with respect to the revised zone change application. However, did acknowledge, though, that there is a number of temporary structures on the property and that they haven't been reflected on the application nor on this sketch. And with that understanding, in terms of the support of the application, is opinion that the temporary structures would need to be removed to the town's satisfaction, and that matter could be addressed through the building department's review of the building permit application. Now, in terms of public consultation, as the clerk has indicated, there was one letter that was received today, and I think considering the lateness of it, maybe I can read it, just so that for the benefit of the public and also for the applicants. And the comments come from Randolph Prue, said, with regards to the revised application for zone change, I expressed my comments. Currently, there exist on the property 3 or 4 other structures. That number does not include the existing accessory building nor hot tub structure. These other structures are of a size typically used for the storage of vehicles and, while not permanent, occupy considerable space on the property. My questions are, what is the purpose of the proposed structure and others, and will the other structures remain if council approves the application? Ultimately, these factors concern me in regards to my property, living next door to any form of commercial automotive enterprise, including storage, does not enhance the value of my residential property and obviously concerns me. Any size, also the size of the proposed addition must be considered. If approved, is council not setting a precedent regarding other applications? Unfortunately, due to the previous comment, I am unable to attend the meeting addressing the issue. So now moving forward with respect to the application in terms of the planning analysis, as I've indicated, our opinion, the application is consistent with provincial policy and also with OP policies. That said, now, as mentioned, the applicant has reduced the size of it, the proposed structure, by about 575 square meter, or feet, I should say, or approximately 30% relative to the existing structure. Now, the combined structures, at least according to the information we have, would represent about approximately 3.2% of lot coverage of the property, which is fairly minor. Now, the real issue here is, and I think there is a recommendation to support the application, but I think the real issue that boils down with this respect to this application is the comments that have been reflected by the town's chief building official and also reflected by a neighboring property, which deal with the temporary structures on the property. So the recommendation in this particular case is to support the addition, but then, as mentioned and clearly articulated by the chief building official, the other structures that are over and above the 1,524 square feet that the bylaw would allow would need to be removed from it to meet the zoning bylaw. Now, I don't know if the chief building official or CAO have any other comments with respect to that.
Mr. Donnelly, do you have any comments?
I can, Chair, Teron. We are concerned about the number of structures on the property. Residents have expressed concerns. That's the second neighbor who's raised this question of the number of storage facilities on the property. I just want to point out to committee that temporary structures, the use of the word temporary is not recognized by the Ontario Building Code. Under the Building Code, all structures must meet the requirements of the Building Code and the applicable bylaws. The other structures that are noted on the property as temporary have not been included in lot coverage. So as indicated, if approved, all the structures that are not included in the calculations for current lot coverage will have to be removed as part of a condition of a building permit for the new building. If the applicant does wish to keep any of the structures that are not included as in this application as lot coverage, they can seek an adjournment if they choose to put the matter over, and the application could be amended to reflect any other structures that they may choose to seek to keep on the property. But if they do seek to keep any additional structures, those structures would be subject to building permits and the zoning requirements as well.
Thank you. Mr. Graves?
I don't have anything to add.
Excellent. Mr. Verstegen, anything else to? Thank you very much for the explanation of the amendment. Will the applicant or the representative advise if they have anything they would like to ask or make comment on? Good evening.
We live at 37 North Town Line West. I hear a lot of concerns about these temporary structures, but as we applied for this permit thing for a reason, we have our vehicles stored in these outside storage units, and that's the only way to keep antique cars safe, is somewhat the best way you can under the elements. They are temporary, and a lot of people in town have them. We're not the only ones. They're those portable garages, to be technical, what they're called. Okay, and they just house your vehicle. That's why we want this garage, is because we want to get our cars out of the weather. And we feel like we've been attacked from the start of all this with our property, because we've had to jump through so many hoops and so many things come up. Every time we jump through one, there's another permit, there's another application, there's another something else that we didn't even know existed, but it pops up. Okay, I want to explain myself, because I feel that we've tried to meet every expectation that you guys might have for our property. Since 2003, that property has been upgraded. It has overgrown in 60 trees, the front lawn and the back lawn. If there was a way for you to bring up previous photos on that property, you would see how deteriorated it was at that point in time, how much garbage was there. If you look at the property now, it's clean, it's tidy. You know, we took down 18 pine trees this past spring because they were an endangerment to ourselves and to our neighbors that were close to the property. And they were very large pine trees, if you're familiar with my home. Okay? My husband here, he was in an accident in 2015, so this is why I'm doing all the talking. We all lived through that COVID experience, okay? My husband's been living like that since 2015. This garage is also to go towards his rehabilitation to get back around cars again, because that was our love before his accident. It allows our cars to stay home with us and be sheltered. And it gives him the ability to be back around his vehicles again and to start feeling comfortable about them. And I do have written documentation from his social worker about how this garage impacts him. Okay, I'm an Ingersoll woman, I really am. I grew up here, this is my hometown, and I've always been proud of this town. But I've never seen so many hoops to jump through. I just don't understand. Yes, there is temporary shelters on it. No, they're not permanent. But they're keeping our cars safe right now until we can get them out of the weather. I don't know about if any of you guys are into cars, or you cherish old cars, or if you're even familiar with who we are, because our vehicles are seen around town all the time. It's not just a story. We love old cars, and we have quite a few of them, and we need to get them out of the weather. This garage is very important to us, and very important on keeping our vehicles safe. It's not to make anybody else out of place or anything like that. I'm not trying to impact the neighbors. If anything, I've tried to make the property value go up because we've tidied it up. It's come a long way. And I would really appreciate you guys to really take that in consideration. Because I really don't want to put my cars out in the weather to have this garage. I really don't want to do that to them. They should be appreciated and respected for what they are. And my husband needs to be respected for who he is and be able to move forward. So I ask you guys to please really think about this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for making your comments. Thank you very much. I will now open this meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and council before the report and recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward at a subsequent meeting. Any person attending in person who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition of the application may do so now by approaching the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record. Anyone from the public who'd like to make comment? Seeing none, members of council may now have the opportunity to ask questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Councillor Halliroom.
I'd like to ask you a question. Based on the fact that, okay, I'll wait for you to come. Yeah. I'm sorry you feel like you've been running around hoops, but that's obviously not the intention. I would like for you to let me know if, based on what the building inspector has said, that the size of the lot has a requirement, and Ron has said 10% goes towards the, and he's approved that, he said that's okay. Now, if you had the opportunity to expand the main structure and remove the temporary structures, would that be something you consider? Just,
The house itself?
no, the temporary structures, the building inspector is saying adds to the square footage that you're allowed.
Well, and I don't understand that because they're portable. They're portable.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying, since you now have the opportunity where Ron here is saying you are able to go ahead with your main structure, would you be able to consolidate what space you need so that you use that one structure for your, your needs?
Well, see, it was my understanding that the gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, I'm terribly sorry. But it's my understanding that he's expecting these tents, these portable garages to be taken down now before we can get our permit. And that means that we have to expose them to the elements fully.
Can Ron explain that?
No, please.
I don't want to speak too much for the CBO, but I believe the intent, we could make arrangements for the structures to stand while the new structure is being built. And it would just be that once the new structure is built and it's moved over, the temporary structures have to be removed. There may need to be an agreement that we do to enter into that, but we would be glad to help you with that.
Oh. The problem is also, he has a truck and a trailer, car trailer. And that's why we originally intended on the bigger garage, because it would have allowed the trailer and the truck to be put inside. But that's not feasible, because with us downsizing.
So I can speak to the issue of keeping them while you're building the other building. We can certainly come to an agreement to allow you some time to have the other structures until such time as you can move things out of there and into the thing. So we can enter into an agreement of that, but you mentioned that in addition to that, you'd probably want to keep a couple of them. So if you're looking to keep any of the other structures, you do need to include them in this
But
application.
they're temporary. Like, there's been one sitting there for quite a long time. We're not the only ones that have these on our property. Our neighbor has them too.
No, I appreciate that. But we can only deal with the application that's in front of us at this
Okay.
point. So,
So is
as
this-
I explained before, under the building code, there's no such thing as a temporary structure. All right?
Okay.
It's either a structure or it's not.
So it's false advertisement on these portable garages then?
Unfortunately, that happens
That's
sometimes.
what I'm getting
I
at
agree
here,
with,
like-
I agree with you on that. So the difficulty becomes, if you were to accept the terminology temporary, what's temporary?
Yeah.
Is temporary a month? Is temporary a year? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? What's considered temporary? It's impossible to regulate that. So the building code looks at it and says it's a structure. So when we look at the regulations concerning structures from the building code's perspective, we're looking at health and safety issues.
Okay.
So is the building going to withstand snow loads? Is it going to withstand wind loads? Is there going to be any danger to
So they
the
should be
occupants of the
showing
building.
these units and like
Right.
proposing what they are when they're really not.
I'm sorry, say that
These
again?
portable garages, they shouldn't be saying that they're actually portable and they're acceptable because they're really not, right? Is that what your point is, basically?
Well, what they refer to them as is their choice of words. I can only tell you that we have to look at it as regards to the regulations that we have to live with, and those regulations are the bylaws and the Ontario Building Code. So under the building code, those are classed as structures.
Okay.
So if they're a structure, if you want to keep two of them, then you have to include that in your lot coverage.
Paul, what do you want to do?
Get rid of them all.
Don't get upset. My husband suffers from a serious case of post-traumatic stress disorder, amongst other things. So that's, again, that's, I told you earlier, that's why
I
I just talked.
appreciate that, yes.
Any
And
further,
it's been very hard on him.
any further questions from council, please?
Well, he said to get rid of them, so.
Yeah, we can certainly do, when you bring your application, if approved by committee, when you bring your application for a building permit, one of the provisions will be that we enter into an agreement.
We've already put in for one, we've already paid for one. We've been at this since June. This is why I'm saying.
No, I appreciate that. It
So
has
is
not
there
been,
another fee
it
on
has
top
not
of
been
that?
issued.
Okay,
at
that's
this
what you
point.
mean then, okay.
All right,
Just I
so
understood.
until such time as this matter gets resolved,
Yeah.
and if voted in favor of, we can then proceed to revisit the application
Okay.
for the building permit. We'll be able to do an agreement up to
Okay.
allow you the use of the buildings
Okay.
for a reasonable period of time, until such time as you can get your new building put up in place.
Okay.
All right? But it's not, it should be noted that it won't be an either-or scenario.
No.
So if you choose to not move forward with the building, these other structures that are on the property will still require that you look at them and take out permits for them and meet the required building permit regulations, the required bylaw requirements, et cetera.
Understood.
Okay. So, but we're certainly willing to work with you on
I appreciate that, because it's,
I'm
I
moving
really don't want
forward.
to put our vehicles out in the weather. I really don't want to do that.
We appreciate that.
So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
If there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application is concluded. No further comments? Perfect. Thank you. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of the Council of the Town of Ingersoll in respect of the zoning bylaw amendment ZN 6-22-11, they must either sign the relevant attendance sheet that is located outside of the council chambers or submit a written request to Town Clerk Danielle Richard at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decisions to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day the bylaw is passed. Those entities entitled to do so may appeal the decision to the OLT by filing with the clerk within 20 days of the notice of decision. The notice of appeal must set out the objection to the bylaw and the reasons in support of the objection, accompanied by the required fee. If there are no further comments or questions, then I now declare the public meeting to be closed. The planner's report and recommendation will now be considered for the application ZN 6-22-11. And I will call on Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens for a resolution, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, seconded by Deputy Mayor oh my gosh, I'm really sorry. Deputy Mayor Wilson. It's because I just seen him tonight. I'm really sorry. Oh, okay, jump that. That the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve the zone change application submitted by Paul Price, whereby the lands described as Part Lot 282, Block 101, Plan 279, Town of Ingersoll, are to be rezoned from residential type 1 zone -R1 to special residential type 1 zone R1-18 to enable the construction of an accessory building being approximately 124.9 meters squared or 1,344 feet squared in area, and when combined with the existing 16.7 meters squared or 179.6 feet squared accessory building, represents a total gross floor area of both accessory buildings of 141.6 meters squared or 1,524.2 feet squared. And that will be conditional upon the removal of the temporary structures that are not included in the application once the structure is built.
Thank you very much. Councillor Van Kootenbossen's discussion.
So if I can speak to that, I have added in what the discussion has been pertained. So we're willing to work with the applicant, and I recognize that. So that's why I've added in the initial recommendation didn't have any of the taking down of the temporary structures or anything. I'm hearing what our staff is saying, and I do think that those temporary structures do need to be removed, but I'm hearing what the applicant is saying as well, and you're wanting to protect them until the building is built. And I think that if, as the building official has said, if we can work with you, then let's work with you. I totally understand. They're a precious thing, and you want to be able to keep them protected until that building goes up. So I'm hoping that council will help me support in doing that, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn by putting that in there, as the CBO has talked to us already about that. So thank you.
Any further discussion? I will be supporting Councillor Van Kootenbossen's motion. While we have lot coverage for accessory structure rules, we also have cases of larger lots, and larger lots, as we heard, it's only 3.2% lot coverage, so there is room there. I believe the applicant is making a move to increase compliance with the zoning bylaw and to make sure that the vehicles are housed in an appropriate structure. It's quite common for people to have hobbies, and so I believe it is a hobby and it's not a commercial enterprise, so I'm quite happy to be able to support that. There is limits to what we can approve, and I appreciate you working with the planning department to bring it down to a reasonable size that can be accommodated and recommended for approval. So I commend you with that, and I wish you all the best of luck with your hobby and with the construction, and I'll leave my comments there. Any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Excellent. I might go right back up to here now. Okay. Now we will go back up to our regular agenda, and we will go to special staff reports, and we'll do number 4, Diversity and Newcomer Committee. The clerk, please.
Thank you very much. So this report is submitted to council in follow-up to the resolution that was provided at the December regular meeting, in which staff were directed to seek feedback from the community on establishing a diversity and newcomer committee, and to bring back a report on the matter during the budget process. Following the December meeting, staff began to explore possible committee mandates and compositions and to consider the most appropriate means of obtaining feedback from the public. In researching other municipal committee mandates, staff determined that they cover a broad range of objectives and that further direction from council would be necessary. Likewise, staff also determined that obtaining feedback from the community in the absence of clear direction on the committee's objectives could be more harmful than helpful if it resulted in receiving feedback that we were not prepared to act upon. So as such, staff are requesting that council consider and provide more detailed direction on their vision for the Diversity and Newcomer Committee. To aid council in having an informed discussion on the matter, possible committee objectives have been detailed in the report that is provided, and I've also included an option to join the Coalition for Inclusive Municipalities, which may help frame the committee's mandate and also offers valuable resources to commence this important work. I recognize that there may be a detailed discussion that needs to occur before council is comfortable offering a resolution on this matter, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Are there any questions of the report? Councillor Halleru, please.
The question I have is, in a sense, a thank you to staff for taking time to review the needs for this committee. It is important for us to understand that as a visible minority, the motivation for this committee was to firstly recognize that there was a cry for something like this. Diversity offers potential, and the question is whether you can tap into it and move from that to potential value. And I know that we are looking at it as a more broad concept of newcomers and diversity at the time. And I'm very, very happy that Deputy Mayor Wilson saw my vision for this committee and kind of supported it. Councillor Christie was able to help support the motion, and we see that the staff definitely uncovered a lot more than we could do with just the support for the committee. So I want to thank staff, and I want to thank support for this motion. I just truly believe that inclusion does not come unless there's diversity. So hopefully with this report, the only question I have is, do we recognize that we need this as soon as possible so that we can at least start with the diversity committee going as scheduled? I recommend everyone take a look at the recommendations of staff and then consider the final recommendation of inclusive Coalition for Inclusive Municipalities. I just want to say that there are prerequisites to wanting to become a part of a coalition. We do have to prove that we have become as inclusive as possible by recognizing the diversity, because just to support everyone's understanding, my whole thing was that we had this motion brought in December so that we could have started something in January, and Black History Month was our first opportunity. It does say a lot when I realize that my perspective is not very clear sometimes, because again, I'm speaking from a different point of view. Diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. And so before we move ahead and jump a lot further than we can into wanting to become members of a coalition, we really have a lot of work to do, and I think we need to do it fast. So how fast can we go with this actions that are recommended, based on the fact that I will hand over to Deputy Mayor to help me with, her support and her understanding of what I'm trying to do. And I really appreciate that that's the ally that I have right now. Thank you.
Are there any further questions of the report? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. It's more to do with the coalition. I know that in the report it mentioned that, excuse me, it mentioned that there is a membership fee. What is the fee to become part of the this diversity coalition?
There's actually no fee associated with it. So it's just to do some preparatory work. Council would then sign off on a declaration that would be sent to UNESCO, kind of the parent organization. We would also have to identify a champion on council as well as on staff to coordinate and collaborate with, because when you join the coalition, you have access to the other member municipalities, their resources, and so they need points of contact, but there is no fee associated with the membership.
Perfect. What are the, do we know other members of this coalition that we're able to coordinate with and talk with and reach out to?
So as part of joining the coalition, you then gain access to kind of those member municipalities. There is a list on the website of all of the current member municipalities. I think there's 22. Pardon me, I don't have the number off the top of my head. There's a number of municipalities in Ontario. There are a couple of smaller member municipalities, and you will see that they have drafted, I think, in my opinion, what is a pretty great toolkit for small and rural municipalities that I think is really applicable to Ingersoll. So I think there's a lot of great resources there that can help us kind of get this off the ground.
Deputy Mayor Wilson.
I'm prepared to move a motion,
do
if
so if
everyone's
you're
ready. It is quite lengthy, recognizing that we need to give staff enough direction, so bear with me. But moved by myself, and looking for a seconder when I'm done, that the town of Ingersoll supports taking the actions necessary to meet the requirements of joining the UNESCO Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, or CIM for short, and that the town of Ingersoll establishes the Ingersoll Diversity and Inclusion Committee with the following mandate: to lead the development and submission of an application to join the CIM, including the identification of key stakeholders, gathering community input, and the development of an action plan, to provide recommendations to council on the action plan's implementation, to report on the municipality's progress on its action plan, and to provide staff and council with an inclusive and equitable lens through which internal services and policies could receive feedback as requested. And that the committee be composed of 2 members of council and unlimited members of the community, and that the committee be allocated $3,000 exclusive of staff time within the 2023 clerk department's budget, and that staff be directed to provide a report to include any further recommendations on the resources required for the committee to be successful, and a draft terms of reference for council's consideration by August 2023, and that the motion be circulated to local area municipalities, encouraging their council to consider joining the CIM and requesting their collaboration on inclusive initiatives where possible.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second 100%.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Halleroo. Discussion. Councillor Van Kooten-Bostons, please.
I think it's a well-written motion that's been put forward before us. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I think you've brought together Councillor Halleroo's vision as well. I think that we have to give time for staff to be able to do their job. I know August is not what you want. I'm hearing you loud and clear, but we have to let staff be able to have the time. We have put a lot onto staff in the last few months, and I think we all have to recognize that. I think that it is a good compromise. It's still being looked at in this year. It's not always possible to do everything within the first month or 2 that you're with us, joining us on a council. So I hope you'll still continue to support this. I think that your vision of wanting to bring this to fruition is coming. Just give us some time. It was well written. Thank you. I think all of us are wanting this to go forward in this community. I don't think any one of us have ever felt that we've not included, but obviously there's been some that have felt that, and I think that we're recognizing that by bringing this forward. So thank you very much.
I'll just add to that. I want to thank staff for researching and finding the UNESCO Inclusive Coalition. The information they provide a very clear way forward on how we can start down this road and make sure that we are an inclusive community and learn from others who have done this before. That's an important thing. It's not rewrite the book, but to try to learn from those who come before us. So I certainly want to thank staff. I want to thank Deputy Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Halleroo. I think that anything that's worth doing is worth doing right, and this will lead us down the road to where not only can we know where we currently stand, but where we want to go. The county has a community safety and well-being plan, which I think will certainly inform this committee's work, as well as they've done a lot of research in this area previously. So that's something that can definitely collaborate together in the coalition's terms. So I'm looking forward to see what the committee will do over time, because this needs to be an ongoing process. This is not just a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process, and it's something worth doing. So I will certainly support the motion. Any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Yeah, I'll leave that. Thank you. Moving on to cancellation, reduction, refund, and property taxes, please. Treasurer, thank you.
So this report seeks council's approval of applications that we received from property owners in the town for the cancellation, reduction, and refund of property taxes in accordance with sections 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act. So we bring this similar report every year for council's approval. So last year we received 5 applications as outlined in the report, and all the applications are approved at the end of the year. So if council has any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for the report? Seeing none. Councillor Van Kootenbos, did you have a resolution, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kootenbosens, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report T-004-23 titled Cancellation, Reduction, and Refund of Property Taxes as Information, and that Council approves the reduction of taxes on properties identified in this report pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, Sections 357 and 358.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will now go back to 2022 Council Remuneration and Expenses Report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report provides council with the remuneration and expense report as of December 31st, 2022. So this is another requirement of the Municipal Act, subsection 284(1). So the report contains all the information for salaries, benefits, any other expenses paid by municipality on behalf of council or to council. And so if council has any questions, I will be more than happy. The report includes the council, the prior term council, as well as the new term council.
Excellent. Any questions of the report? Seeing none. Councillor Bowman, you have a resolution, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive report T-005-23, Council Remuneration and Expenses for the year ending December 31st, 2022, as information.
Discussion. Seeing none. I'll just say that this is a form of transparency. We are completely transparent with how much your council is being paid, as well as public boards that we are responsible for. If anybody else is interested, the county also has this, and so there's further boards such as Upper Thames that are a part of that, and different conservation authorities, so they put one out as well. So everybody has the right to know what everybody's receiving for the position, and fully support that. With that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next, we will move to the 2023 fees and charges bylaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report recommends changes to our current fees and charges bylaw. So the staff reviewed the bylaw, all the fees and charges through the budget process. So we are recommending, staff is recommending changes primarily for the community services. There are no changes proposed for other departments, other areas. I think maybe there is one little change proposed for the clerk's department, but other than that, new fees or increases, decreases are for the community services, for the services they provide. If council has any questions, concerns, I will be more than happy to address them.
Excellent. Is there any questions of the report? Seeing none. Councillor Hughes, you have a resolution, please.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Helleroo, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report T-006-23 as information, and that the attached Schedule A, named as the Town of Ingersoll 2023 fees and charges, be approved and come to effect as of March 1st, 2023, and that the fees and charges bylaw is updated accordingly.
Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That'll take us to item 8, delegation from, oh, are we doing delegation first? Yeah, delegation from Ethan Williams and Mark Williams, please. Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you. It's a marathon session.
Yeah. You're learning
I
lots.
commend you for putting up with us all the time. I'm sure this is a regular meeting, but I'm Mark Williams. This is Ethan Williams. Just receiving the report on Thursday night, felt we didn't have enough time to actually put together a good response to some of the concerns within the report. So really, we're here tonight just to ask for a deferral to the next board meeting, which I believe is March 6th. Is that correct?
That's right.
I always thought the meetings were the second Monday of the month.
The first Monday after the first full week. Oh, sorry, it's March break. So March break, we've had amended. That's why, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But traditionally, you're correct.
So we just would like to defer to that date so we can actually prepare a proper statement for you and feel that we could address pretty much all the concerns within the report.
I appreciate that. Councillor Van Kooten-Boston, I believe you have a resolution.
I do. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Boston, looking for a seconder, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve the applicant's request for deferral to our meeting in March of ZN 6-22-08, 160 Carnegie Street, with Ethan Williams and a delegation from Ethan Williams and Mark Williams.
Seconded by Councillor Bowman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. We will now do, since we're moving, would council like to, another recess, or would like to keep moving?
Can we have 5?
Yeah. I'll move that we have a recess for 5 minutes. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Van Kooten-Boston. All those in favor? That's carried. We will now reconvene at 25 after, please. Perfect. Excellent. Welcome back. We're now going to have Scott Gillies from the Cheese and Agricultural Museum give a presentation on the operations there, if you can, please. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, my pleasure to be here tonight to see some familiar faces and to get acquainted with some new ones. And share with you some of the activities that have been happening at the museum, certainly for the last 10 years that I've been associated with it, but we've just celebrated our 45th anniversary as a museum last summer, so as a way to kind of introduce new members of council to what we're doing and what we've accomplished, we'll do this little presentation tonight. So, in the beginning, there was a light. Somebody had an idea to create a museum that paid homage to the famous fromage that Ingersoll has been known for. For more than 100 years, Ingersoll was synonymous with the word cheese, and so whenever you thought of one, you immediately thought of the other. Yeah, so the idea was planted with some town councilors, and lo and behold, in 1977, they got hold of a barn that was on the Crandall property on Clark Road, basically where Dot Foods is being constructed now. The timbers were removed, brought down to a piece of land that the town had donated in Centennial Park. And as you can see, the image of the factory being constructed with a Make Work project. Government funding contributed to that. And that same year, some provincial tourism officials actually recognized that, hey, this is maybe something that could be good for the county, for the town as well. And sure enough, it's come to attrition, or fruition, I guess. That's the right word. So, in 2012, Town Council decided to put all their eggs into one basket and say, we won't be a seasonal part-time museum anymore, we'll go full-time. And so I was brought on as the first full-time curator. And we had plans that we would strive for. Well, we hit our 5-year goal in 2 years. Our attendance skyrocketed to over 10,000 and as high as 13,000 one year. Then there's a little blip there during the pandemic, but last year we crawled back up to close to 9,000 visitors throughout the whole year. And the way things are shaping up already this year, I think we're on track to get back to some of those earlier numbers that we were experiencing. I mean, today we had 41 people come in today, so that's something. We've had being open now on Saturdays in addition to the weekdays is really paying off. We're getting a lot of visitors. We had 15 come in this past Saturday. One of the neat things is that we had a couple from Washington, D.C. Drove up specifically to see the Cheese Museum before they toured the rest of Ontario. So we have become a destination. As you can see from this word cloud, we do get people from around the world. And this is just from last summer through to the end of December of this past year. Over the years, I've had the honor of meeting people from around the world, including pilgrims who came from Kenya to see the cradle, the childhood cradle of Sister Amy Semple McPherson, right, and be able to walk in her footsteps. So that is just incredible that the stories that we hear and the people that we get to meet have been so beneficial to not only the rest of the museum staff, but I think to the town as well. So as was predicted in 1977, we could become a major attraction. We did that. 2016, we were voted top small museum in Ontario. And that was due in large part to the members of the community voting for us on a daily basis. And when I went to the awards ceremony, I was informed that we had received 47% of the total votes cast. So that same night, our partner Tourism Oxford also received the award for leadership because of the cheese trail. So if you're not familiar with this award-winning product, Cheese Trail has been a terrific boon to the museum and to the town. As of this year, there will now be 30 different stops on the trail. They've added 6 more to the south of us, so that again will create a whole pocket for people to come to Ingersoll, Salford, Tillsonburg, and just focus on this area. And then there would be, the existing pockets around Woodstock, Guns Hill, Norwich, and to the north. So, from cheese factories, cheese stores, breweries, and art galleries to playing with goats and llamas, these have all brought people to Oxford County. And the great thing is that a lot of them come, they stay at places like the Elmhurst, they come and then they visit the museum. We in turn send them uptown to shop and dine at the local facilities here. The 2022 marketing campaign that Tourism Oxford put together really drove up our numbers. I'm sure last year we were noticing specifically a lot of people coming from the GTA, just to see the museum, to visit the cheese trail itself. Oh, jumped way ahead. So they're going to be doing the same thing again this coming year. Globe and Mail is going to be running a feature story about the cheese trail. So once again, that's going to help to drive traffic into this town. We've been described as the hub of the cheese trail, right? Everything starts in Ingersoll, right? And then spreads out, right? So the fact that the history of cheese making starts in Ingersoll is a good place for people to begin their tour before they visit the rest of the place. We find that the more people you meet, the smaller the world becomes. And so you meet people from Toronto, Kingston, Windsor, North Bay, whatever. You find that we have something in common, right? And then that narrows the focus and concentrates everybody's efforts. So we learn a lot from each other. So say we get people from around the world. Hopefully we get the bus tour business back going again, so that we can once again welcome Mustache Joe and his colleagues from Nebraska. He's been an annual visitor quite often as part of the Great Canadian Cities Tour, and where Ingersoll is usually the first stop once they cross the border. Right? So we had plans before the pandemic to meet the bus downtown, give them an introduction to what there is to see and do, let them go out, have lunch on their own, and then I would board the bus, take them on a quick tour through town, pointing out some of the historic highlights, bring them to the museum, and then send the bus down through the park to the Creative Arts Center. They spend time at the museum, and then go for a walk or a wagon ride down through the park, and then visit the Arts Center. So hopefully we can resurrect that and lead to a few other packages like that. We're now also the hub of cycling in Ingersoll, thanks to members of the Safe Cycling Committee. So that's been good. It's been like, I won't say how many decades since I really rode a bicycle, but I've been getting involved with some cycling tours and things. We've now become an accredited member of Ontario by Bike, the provincial organization. So once again, that's more free publicity for the town to get people here. There are a few other businesses downtown that have signed on as well. So the fact that we have Doug Carr's bicycle in the collection is another little feather in our cap that always amazes a lot of visitors that come in. So how many of you have gone to school? Okay. How many of you gone to a one-room school? Right. So we are fortunate that about the same time the Cheese Museum started, there was another museum created down in Burgessville, and it was the Oxford County Museum School. And they operated out of a two-room schoolhouse for 30-plus years until they were asked to find a new location because it didn't fit into the school board's plans. So unfortunately, the town agreed to offer them space at the museum complex, and really we're the better for it. The collection, what you see in this photograph is only a little tiny scratch of the collection. It's been described as the largest of its kind in Ontario, the largest educational collection anywhere in Ontario, perhaps outside of a university setting. But it's like 25,000 items, and we have access to all of that. So we're in the works of installing a new exhibit called With Fondest Regards that looks at the evolution of the written sentiment, from hieroglyphics to tweets, and we'll be able to use quite a bit of the school collection, at least feature that throughout the year. And it's also an ideal space for doing a variety of educational programming. We had a homeschool in today and did a brand new program based on rocks. And well, because the blackboards are made out of slate, that was the inspiration for the program, but we covered off in a variety of other topics. You can see that last year we actually had a record number of school programs with 488 students. 6 of them were from out of town. 3 different homeschool groups, again, means that they were out of town, and 2 were local. We have 3 schools that are all within walking distance, and they are still within walking distance, but they haven't moved. So. Other buildings on site, if you haven't been there, includes the newly renamed Bowman Barn, Beach Blacksmith Shop, Sherbrooke Barn, and a working bake oven. And other features, added features, include the Peace Waker. Some of you may remember seeing this on Canterbury Street for decades. This was originally cast here in Ingersoll at the Knox & Company by James Sinclair in honor of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, 1897. Well, 125 years later, we rededicated it to Victoria and to the donor, Diana Sinclair. When she passed, she willed it to the town, and we were able to get it restored, repainted, and mounted on a solid base. So hope that it lasts another 125 years. When it was being made, there's letters on it to indicate that James Sinclair had it made in 1897, and the barrel is supposed to say Peacemaker. Well, when they were laying out the letters, somebody wasn't paying attention, and forever it will say Peace Waker. Absolutely, yes, yes. Talk about a noise bylaw infraction. James used to fire it off on Victoria Day celebrations and then go around the following week replacing every neighbor's window panes. So. The millstones have been on site for a few years now, but following the passing of former chairman John Bowman, a shelter has been erected over top of the stones to protect them. These stones survived the War of 1812 when the mill was burned, and again in the rebellion of 1837 when it was destroyed a second time. So we want the stones to last a lot longer, so. Kerwin Pavilion has been a real added bonus to the museum grounds and to Centennial Park. It gets used a lot by members of the public. And it's a great adjunct to Canada's only cheese-themed playground. So, but it's thanks to efforts of people like Dave Cripps and members of the Playwright Playground Committee that this fund structure actually exists through the efforts of children designing it, and then 300 volunteers that descended on the park over the span of one weekend. We went from flat grass to what you see today. So the fact that TVO Kids was involved with it just makes it that much sweeter. So what do visitors say about the museum? So here again, this cloud shows a variety of comments taken from our guest book this past summer and fall. So, we are, of course, more than just an assemblage of different historic buildings on one site. We've developed a series of highly successful special events, like the cultural hub of Ingersoll. So things like Harvest Fest, Pumpkin Fest. We hosted Doors Open last year. We had a performance by a 40-piece orchestra set up in the Sherbrooke Barn in honor of Laura Ingersoll Secord. Driftwood Theatre often comes to do outdoor performances of Shakespeare. And we even hosted a royal tea, which, notice in the upper left corner, received the blessing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. So, I often joke that we're the Museum of Missing Commas. You know, we're the Ingersoll Museum, the Cheese Museum, the Agricultural Museum, the hub of cycling, the hub of the Cheese Trail, home of the Oxford County Museum School, and we're also the home of the Ingersoll Sports Hall of Fame. This was started back in the 1980s by former Mayor Doug Harris to recognize the efforts and contributions so far of over 200 different athletes from Ingersoll. The next round of inductions, as a reminder, will take place this coming year. So if you have any idea of nominees, start thinking about that. And there will be nomination forms coming out later this summer. In 2019, the Hall of Fame was physically moved, located in part in the auditorium of the arena, to seem to make a natural fit. Everybody's there for a sporting event, then they should be able to see some of the plaques upstairs and displays that we've created upstairs as well. We held that on the night of the 60th anniversary of the original opening of the arena, so that was a good night. We're also honored to work with community services to look at getting the tennis courts named in honor of the late Johnny Bartram. And we look forward to, hope to be able to do similar things maybe in other signage, in other parks like Garnet Elliott, or some of the new trails. Of course, the museum is really nothing without a collection. Although some of my colleagues in Toronto might disagree on the museum. But since we first opened our doors in 1977, we've been collecting artifacts which tell the story of our community, our history. Keeping track of those artifacts really is paramount, though. Where they came from, who used them, why, when were they made, how were they made, and how were they used, and so on. So identifying each object enables us to then further research and interpret them and relate those objects to other objects or events, persons throughout time. Since creating the Past Perfect database in 2012, we've continued to build on it daily. So I should have checked today, but we're already over 10,000 object files have been created. Over 8,000 photographs. We had a donation today, about another 12 photographs, some large framed ones, some small ones. Close to 20,000 archival documents, and over 10,000 books. And I think it's important for us to kind of capture the information about who these people were or who used these objects. So we've created people files, people biographies. We've been able to grow that number to over 40,000 different names. So, which comes in handy when somebody comes in and says, oh, my grandfather used to live here and he ran you part of the Staples that were on Charles Street? Yeah, how did you know that? Yeah. So, of course, can't do this all alone. We have 50 plus volunteers. That doesn't mean you have to be 50 or older. It means that we have more than 50 volunteers on our roster right now that help out with running tours, helping with school programs. Some do the gardening, in addition to whatever Parks and Rec does for the museum. Don Rumble, who a lot of you know, comes in on a weekly basis, has been for the last 9 years, every day. He's in at least one day a week. He's been doing cataloging, so he's done over 2,000 items. So, and because of his personal background in small business, he knows a lot of the stories of other individuals who have lived in this town. So, but it's the old adage, time changes everything. The photograph on the left is what I took the day that I started in May of 2012. And today, from that same vantage point, you can't see everything that was on display. But that's, And part of that has been thanks to some recent improvements that we got funding for tourism recovery fund from FedDev and from SWATC, Southwestern Ontario Tourism Corporation. So that includes a new Indigenous display case that will have discovery drawers so that you can see even more. It led to the creation of new interpretive signage in the cheese factory. On the left, there were these sheets of white painted plywood with stenciled letters. And now we're introducing James McIntyre as your tour guide for self-guided tours. We're quoting little snippets of his verse that relate to the specific areas of the factory that you can see. Out of those 10,000 photographs, we have images like these two of the cheese factory, the milk cans being delivered, and guys dumping the milk into a larger tank to be weighed. So I think it is a big improvement. So. One of the more obvious improvements when you drive by the site is the new electronic road sign. The old sign worked, but it was a safety hazard to change the letters. You had to go out with 2 pieces of dowel, prop up the window, lean in underneath that, and hope that the dowels didn't slip out, and then try and pry the individual letters out from their frozen track and change the letters. Now we can do this from the comfort of our desks, and reached out to County Council or Oxford County staff to get an idea of traffic count. And I was shocked that 6,600 plus vehicles every day go past that sign. Okay? So there's a whole new audience, multiply that by 2, at least 2 eyes, and and maybe 2 people in a car or a truck, then that's a whole group of people that are learning more about the museum. And if you look really closely at the image that's on the sign right there, right now, that's a picture of the old Fina gas station, which is the same building you see in the background. Okay? What it once looked like and what it does look like today. Yeah. Memories on the Move is a program that we've received provincial funding from the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility to create a catalog of outreach programs that we can take out to shut-ins at nursing homes. We've started this by going to Woodingford Lodge in Tilsonburg a number of times, and then they in turn have promoted us to their colleagues in Woodstock and Ingersoll. I'm just waiting to hear back on a new date to go to Ingersoll. The idea being that we would take like an outreach, an educational kit, a few objects, a few photographs, you know, a little song, a little dance, a little salsa in their pants, right? And get the memories flowing for the people that are sitting there listening, right? And, you know, sometimes it's pretty quiet, sometimes they will interact. And sometimes you don't know until after the program is done that, you know, they've tweaked on something. So we're looking to develop that. Memories of the Milkman is a popular one because everybody, you know, at one point or other remembers when the milkman would make door-to-door deliveries, or they have a house that has a little door on the side wall where the milkman would, or, you know, Tom Wilson or others would put a bottle or two of milk and cream in there. So we're excited about the possibilities there. We want to train a bunch of volunteers that will be able to do the same thing I'm doing, but to be able to go in, take the kit on the road, give the presentation, because every time you do, you get feedback, you get a story back. And so that becomes more information that you can share the next time you go to, say, to Norwich to do it, right? When I put together the application, there's like at least 20 different long-term care houses or facilities in Oxford County. So we could be kept busy every month going around doing these different presentations. And then, you know, who knows what happened if we wanted to expand it, or if word gets out, oh, there's somebody in London, you know, might like to hear us, right? Or, you know, we go to the senior center or something else, right? So just this afternoon, I was alerted to something that, based on a British museum study that I thought kind of fits in nicely just as a way to wrap up this presentation. There were key emotional drivers that have been identified as driving the public to show an interest in museums. And I think it's also rewarding to see that it kind of echoes what we've been trying to do here on our own. The first point is pride. Museums make people feel proud of their identity, of their heritage, and of their community. Hope. Museums inspire optimism and make people feel hopeful, right? All those votes that people were giving for us, you know, when we were running for top museum, people were hoping that we would win, and we did. Fulfillment. Museums provide emotionally rewarding learning experiences which make people feel fulfilled. Belonging. Museums provide welcoming spaces which make us feel like we all belong. Nostalgia. People's memories are loaded with emotion. Nostalgia is a key motivator for supporting museums. Ownership. People are highly invested in museums when they feel a sense of ownership over them. Right? And I think this also is reflective in our Facebook post, right? When we share photographs, you know, I can't recognize everybody, right? But somebody out there does. They know that's my mom, that's my dad, that's my grandfather's first wife. I never knew her, but I've seen pictures of her, right? And so then we get that information back, right? They have a sense of ownership in that, hey, you guys are doing a great thing at the museum because, you know, we see these things all the time, right? And that was an effort that I consciously took when the pandemic began. It was like every day there would be a post about the museum. So we would always be front of mind. People wouldn't forget about us. And so this is what has led to what we're at now, led to the monster we have created. Curiosity. Feeling curious about the world drives motivation to engage with museums. People are looking for information. We get inquiries. We've had about 10 so far this month. People asking about, the old Canada Silos building or, something else. Right? So there's still curiosity out there. And hopefully we can provide answers. Some excitement. The promise of seeing amazing, one-of-a-kind things sparks excitement in people. Right? The couple that came from Washington, D.C., specifically to see the museum. Or the reaction that just about everybody have when they walk in the door of the schoolhouse. Wow! It's not what they expected. Most museums have 3 or 4, maybe 6 school desks. We have an entire classroom. Right? So, and awe. People feel in awe of the scale of museums' collections, and sometimes the physical space or the objects themselves, right? Interested in the cheese factory, some of the mechanics that go into play in the cheese factory exhibits, that awes people and often stimulates conversations with them. So, to conclude, like fine wine and cheddar cheese, gets better with age. We're all getting older, especially me. But we look forward to the future and what it has to bring. So I just wanted to thank you all for your ongoing support. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Are there any questions from council on the presentation? Councillor Hallerer, please.
Thank you so much for that presentation. As a newcomer many years ago, I remember being curious and even bring my daughter, to learn about the history. I know that a lot of newcomers do not know that the museum actually has programs where you could go in and, is it to rent a space to use it, or is it something you book to use?
Well, places like the Kerwin Pavilion are available for public booking.
Yeah.
Programming, people can come in. If they come in just off the street and they got a question, with a guy in Friday, says, well, my mom worked at Morrow's, well, let's look to see if we've got any pictures. Well, no, we didn't have a picture of his my age. She wasn't a bomb girl, she worked in the office. No, she's not one of those. And I said, well, what was her name? Ann Peary. And she married a Thurtle, so she's related to Diana Sinclair and McCann. Are you Dick's son? Yes. Are you Richard, Walter, or Stuart? I'm Walter. Right. So we learn things and create these family files.
Yeah.
And we can access them. So we've been really pleased with the number of newcomers to Ingersoll, to Canada, that have been coming in to learn more about
Yeah.
local history.
When you talk about the school, home schools that have come through, is it that they've come through just to see, or they've actually used it?
We ran a whole 2-hour program for them today. It was based on rocks, but they learned about glaciers. They made rocks, sedimentary rocks. They excavated conglomerates. They dissected a cookie, and they examined some other types of rocks, from lava to pumice and obsidian and igneous rocks. We brought them into the museum so you could see rocks in work. So like from grindstones to tombstones, as examples of different types of rocks. Like I remember when Hanan came to do her co-op, whether it was some volunteer hours at the museum, right? So we're trying to get her to do more research to help us identify the veterans, who are commemorated outside on the cenotaph, potential names for future street growth and so on. So we're continuing to work on projects like that. I have a stack of projects, and I can see the floor right now, but that's because I just moved it from one pile to another. I have my PhD, piled higher and deeper.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Scott. The museum, that was my first committee I ever sat on, and had the amazing opportunity to learn a lot from yourself and John, of course, and all the original members of the museum. If people haven't gone to the museum in town, please do. Scott will tell you we get way more people from outside than our own residents, which is a shame because there is so much history in Ingersoll, and Scott and his team do such a wonderful job of sharing that. So take advantage of it. It's something that's available. All the festivals at the Cheese Museum are free, so there's lots of opportunity to participate as well, and they can always use more volunteers. So thank you very much, Scott. Councillor Bowman, you have a resolution.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor, and it'd be my pleasure to read it. First of all, I'd just like to make a comment. Thank you for slide 2, Scott. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but it's nice to know that the late John Bowman, having left us a year ago, is still being a part of the museum and was part of the presentation, even if it was just a council. He'd be proud right now. Thank you, Scott. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum orientation presentation as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you so much, Scott. We will now have a presentation from Curtis Ty on economic development, please. And tourism.
Thanks very much for this opportunity to talk. I'm gonna go through this, but there's a lot of layers to the onion of economic development. So I'm gonna highlight a lot of things and look at it from a high level, but if there's any questions, certainly willing to get further into depth. And feel free to ask the questions as we go along rather than saving them to the end if you want. So the first slide here is just an outline of the presentation. We have 2 staff in economic development that are dedicated to economic development, and Jordan's actually shared with the museum as well. So it's myself as the manager and Jordan as the economic development coordinator. So we're a powerful duo in economic development. And Scott sort of highlighted the tourism part of the department with the museum, and there's 7 staff at the museum as well. So what is economic development? Basically, there's a variety of things that economic development can mean, and it's more of an art than a science. Many jurisdictions focus directly on retention. Others focus more on attraction. We try to balance this and focus on both. And I often say that economic development is just the bare essentials: business attraction, retention, and expansion. But really what we try to do, and we do this as a team with economic development, with council, with all the various departments, with our partner organizations, we want to create the climate and the conditions for businesses to succeed. So whether that's to relocate in Ingersoll, or whether it's existing businesses to maintain status quo, or whether it's for them to expand, making sure that they have their workforce needs met, making sure they have the infrastructure, the zoning, any other items that are necessary for businesses to succeed. So basically what happens is effective economic development results in job retention, job creation, increased assessment, community improvements, improvements of quality of life, improved standard of living, and resident retention and attraction. Ingersoll has a lot of advantages, and these are the advantages that we highlight on a regular basis. So if you look at the top corner, I think that's, I would argue that's the most important, it's location. So we have, our location is second to none. Years ago, when I first started here, we were going to industrial realtors and ministry folks and saying, this is where you want to be, this is where your clients want to be, is in this stretch of Highway 401 between 402, 403. And they said, no, we want to be closer to Toronto. That's where we want to be. Now the same realtors and the same ministry folks are coming to us and saying, you're exactly where we want to be. That's where our clients want to be. So it's changed, but it's changed for the positive. We also have a lot of available sites, and I'm going to highlight a lot of those opportunities later on. Local amenities, we're a complete community, competitive business costs, reliable services, no development charges, our neighbors in Woodstock are going down the development charges road for industrial development. So that's a bit of an advantage that we have to offer. Available workforce, and I'll highlight some of that as well. Available incentives, logistics, and the supportive business climate. So recent successes that we've seen in the town are the boundary adjustment with Southwest Oxford. So that's going to give us a lot of opportunities for the future. We also had 2 large land sales of our Clark Road industrial land, with 214 Carson Co. purchasing 18 acres and Dot Foods purchasing 52 acres, or 32.2 acres. We also had ProPly Custom Plywood come to town and bring 60 jobs. They purchased a 100,000 square foot building. Tirecraft consolidated their facilities into one larger building, a 200,000 square foot building. And that allowed some of their other buildings to be purchased, bringing other opportunities to town. Lineage Logistics, they purchased 2 buildings totaling 450,000 square feet. Cargill leased 50,000 square feet, and every chicken McNugget from coast to coast is made in Ingersoll, Ontario. Powell Engineering purchased 25,000 square feet. Roger Croft purchased 12,000 square feet. Also, this is all fairly recent memory. Dexter Axles expanded, adding 20,000 square feet. IMT added 50,000 square feet. Hyderdyne added 50,000 square feet. General Motors announced the $1 billion investment to produce bright drop EVs. So these are all very good recent successes that the town has seen. A bit of an overview of our local economy and labor force. So the population has grown 7.3% census period to census period. The average household income is $100,000, which is great. That's a 27% increase from 2010. Labor force of 7,933, that's folks that are aged 15 to 64. And a participation rate of 64.6%, 67% are employed within 30 minutes of Ingersoll. We actually have a net import of workers, but that's not highlighted here. And within 60 minutes of Ingersoll is a population of over 3.3 million people with a workforce of 2.2 million. So this is an overview of the local economy. Obviously in Ingersoll, we have a large manufacturing presence, as indicated by this slide. This may not be I don't think the numbers are 100% accurate. This is using Stats Canada data. Stats Canada backs out identifiable features. So CAMI isn't necessarily reflected in Statistics Canada data. So this is the best information that we have based on what Stats Canada provides, but may not be 100% accurate, but it's better to show this than to show higher numbers of employment actually. So we partner for a lot of things. We're small, we're a department of 2 basically. So we rely on our partners and other organizations a lot, and we feel that they fill the niche. They're experts in that field, so we won't step on their toes, and we'll work together and partner. So 2 of our local business organizations are the BIA and the Chamber. So the BIA has two main functions, and that's to beautify and promote the downtown core. They're supported by all businesses within the defined area, and it's run by a volunteer board of directors, council liaison, and 1 part-time staff. The Chamber offers a lot of networking opportunities and promotes the opportunities for local businesses. They advocate and develop policies on behalf of businesses, and it's a paid membership. Workforce is a large factor for many of our businesses, and we work closely with Community Futures Oxford, or Community Employment Services Oxford, from investment inquiries to assisting businesses to get the talent that they require through expansions and general workforce needs. CES also has a focus on assisting newcomers and has developed a strategy to attract newcomers to the county. We just relaunched the Oxford Workforce Development Partnership, which is a group of economic development offices from across Oxford County, county staff, provincial ministries, and that includes OMAFRA and MED JCT, so Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, Trade, and the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. The colleges are part of that group, CES, the Small Business Center, Community Futures Oxford. We all work collaboratively to address and forecast labor challenges. small businesses get support by 2 organizations in Ingersoll. One of them is Community Futures Oxford, which is right next door. They provide access to capital, deliver programs and services to assist small businesses. And the Small Business Center in Woodstock, which serves our area as well, they assist small businesses with guidance, resources, coaching, and more. So with all those partner organizations, our niche that isn't really being filled is mainly industrial investment attraction and supporting our industrial partners. So that's what we spend a lot of time focusing on. We partner in 2 foreign direct investment organizations. One is the Oxford Connection, so that's a group of economic development offices across Oxford County. So that's Ingersoll, Woodstock, Tillsonburg, rural Oxford. And so we partner, we receive annual funding from Oxford County. We partner on two main things. We exhibit at trade shows, generally 2 to 3 trade shows, and these are all within Canada. Most of them are in Toronto or Montreal. And then every other year, we run a familiarization tour with industrial realtors and provincial staff. So we bring 50 people to Ingersoll. They stay at the Elmhurst. We get them on a bus. We tour them around. We show them the opportunities. Then we take them to Woodstock, show them around Woodstock, show them the opportunities, show them around Tillsonburg. Then we end up at a golf course. Some end up at the airport. Some end up on the cheese trail. We try to show them a good time. And so we ran this in 2018, 2019. And then I got a call during the pandemic, and it was a realtor that had been on the FAM tour, and he said, is that land on Clark Road still available? And I said, yeah, it is. He said, well, I've got a client. It turned out to be Dot Foods. So, you never know what's going to happen, but I would attribute the FAM tour to introducing us to Dot Foods and bringing them to town. So we partner on this. We also developed a video, which I'm going to show you later. But we were just at the EDCO conference, and we brought home a little bit of hardware for our FAM tour and our video series. So we won an award for the investment attraction, urban population over 100,000 for the FAM tour. So that was nice to receive that recognition. And it's a true partnership based on trust. So we all work together. We all share the leads. We all share the work. We all share. So it works really well that way. The other FDI organization is SOMA, so the Southwestern Ontario Marketing Alliance. So that's the members are Ingersoll, Woodstock, Tillsonburg, St. Thomas, Stratford, and Perth County. So we cross-promote communities. We share leads generated. We attend trade shows and international shows, primarily in the U.S. and Europe. Then we have a biennial Asia trade mission. We generate leads of companies that are interested in investing in Canada, Ontario, and Southwestern Ontario. And we primarily target leads in manufacturing and food processing, which are both our main target audiences. We apply for and are generally successful in receiving CanExport funding to support these activities. So SOMA was founded in 1999, I believe, and it was a partnership. So it used to be that Ingersoll would attend a trade show, they'd set up a booth, and they'd set it up next to Tillsonburg, and they'd set it up next to Woodstock, and they'd set it up next to Stratford. And then they'd all, at the end of the show, say, well, are you guys all going to the next show? Yep. So then all 4 communities would go and exhibit at the next trade show. And then, so they got together at one point, and they said, like, why are we all going to the same shows? Like, what if 2 of us went to this show, and 2 of us went to that show, and 2 of us went to that show, and we shared the leads at the end of it? Then we could do more shows, or we could be out of the office less. So that's really how it was founded. Now we hire consultants to do lead generation, and so we have a consultant that generates leads of companies that are interested in bringing their business to Canada or Ontario or Southwestern Ontario. So it takes a lot of the work out of it. It's like finding a needle in a stack of needles for us. So they help to find those needles for us. But Ingersoll's contribution is $14,500. We get access to about $400,000 worth of FDI activity with that. And we generate between 300 and 400 leads of companies that are interested in investing in Southwestern Ontario. So alternatively, we could put an ad in a magazine, and we could spend way more than $14,500, and we could get 0 phone calls on it. So I think this is a more effective use of our time and energy. And So with our SOMA membership, that also gives us access to OMCA, so Ontario Manufacturing Communities Alliance, and the Ontario Food Cluster. So these are two similar organizations, but they're pan-regional organizations. So they represent member municipalities from across Ontario. So both are around, I think, $4,500 to be a member of, and that's included in our SOMA membership. So OMCA's main mandate is it's generating leads around manufacturing companies, and Ontario Food Cluster is generating leads around food distribution or food processing. So both attend 2 to 4, sometimes more, trade shows, and then the leads are all shared among member communities. And these membership stretches from Windsor to Ontario East over to Simcoe County in both of these organizations. So our professional organizations are EDCO, so that's where we got that award, which the conference was just last week, and EDAC, and so these are our professional organizations. Last year, I was honored to be recognized as one of the top 10 economic developers in Ontario, which was quite an honor. I was very humbled by it, to be recognized by my peers as one of the top 10, but I'm not sure where I go from there. So
The answer is you stay right here.
I'm going to go through this quickly. I included in the slides just for council's information mainly, but we do have a community improvement plan. That's a huge tool that we can use, and that's what we can use to help our small businesses. So I'll just go through it quickly, but we do plan on reviewing the CIP in the summer or fall of 2023 with council, so I won't go into a lot of detail. And you'll get a fulsome report when we do the review. But a couple of the CIP programs are the facade improvement program, so that's, we have some good examples of that downtown where businesses have taken us up on that and improved their facades. So it's an interest-free loan to a maximum of $10,000 over a 5-year period with up to $2,000 forgivable. The Update to Building Code program, that basically assists people with getting their building compliant with building codes. The design grant back program is to basically give us an idea of what their improvements are going to look like so that the committee can decide whether they're going to support the application or not. Residential conversion, rehab, and intensification is to bring more residential units downtown, whether it's new or existing. And this is the big one for investment attraction. So this is tax incremental equivalent grant program. So this is where we can use it to actually attract industry and attract larger employers to come to town and create new assessment that we wouldn't potentially otherwise have. So we actually grant back a portion of their taxes and phase it in over a period of time. So this is the video I was talking about. This is Ingersoll's version of it.
Ingersoll might be playfully considered the little giant of Oxford County. This small town, wedged between Oxford's Zora and southwest Oxford rural townships, is packed with assets and advantages unmatched for its size. With a population of just over 13,000 residents, Ingersoll is home to one of Canada's largest automotive assembly plants, among a thriving manufacturing sector, and has recently announced plenty of new room for more. Located directly on Highway 401, Ingersoll boasts 2 major interchanges, providing easy and swift access to the Greater Toronto Area as well as U.S. markets. Ingersoll also has CN, CP, and passenger rail lines running straight through it, and is just a 20-minute drive from the London International Airport. Residents of Ingersoll enjoy an inviting downtown lined with both classic and new independent shops, the historic Elmhurst Inn, the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum, as well as the beautiful Victoria Park. Drawing from a large labor pool, almost half of Ingersoll's employment is in the manufacturing sector, and almost half of those at GM's Cami assembly plant.
Cami Assembly is a full automotive assembly plant. We are the largest employer in the Ingersoll area. Key advantages were on the 401 corridor, so excellent location with proximity to Detroit, Windsor, and Toronto. There is a significant amount of manufacturing capacity, logistics, warehousing, and then the workforce in the area has just been outstanding.
We manufacture component parts here in Ingersoll. In total, the facility now is 120,000 square feet, and we have 200 employees. The labor force in the area is highly skilled. We can expand on that with the metropolitans. We can draw from those centers fairly easily. And the city and the town has been helpful in building this plant and getting this organization running. We're a farming community, and good ideas come off the farm and they end up in factories.
Ingersoll is also thrilled to announce the approval of a large boundary adjustment, adding nearly 1,500 acres of residential, commercial, and industrial zoned land to its footprint, paving the way for a prosperous future. For those in search of a place for industrial expansion while still maintaining the charm and affability of a small town rural community, Ingersoll is the ideal location.
So as I mentioned, that was a partnership through Oxford Connections. So it just shows like this award sort of signifies the partnership and trust that we all have for each other and how we work together very well and very effectively. And I gotta get away from that. So I guess the next big thing that's coming to Ingersoll is the boundary adjustment with Southwest Oxford. So we have 1,500 acres of land that we brought into Ingersoll. We're working on the secondary plan right now, and we expect that to be complete in the summer. So we're working diligently to make sure that we're ready for the future and all the opportunities that are going to come our way. Just to highlight the Clark Road industrial site, so this was a big project that we worked decades on, but it's come to fruition now, and it's looking great. So Dot Foods Canada purchased the blue box there. It's 32.2 acres. It was a $3.6 million sale. It's going to create about 200 jobs. It's a $40 million investment by the company to build 250,000 square feet. It'll be 500,000 square feet at full build out. So it's a great story all the way around. 214 Carson Coal has bought 18 acres. They paid $3.42 million. And so they're building, they've been site plan approved for 120,000 square feet and 233,000 square feet. They're going to get started on their 120,000 square foot building on spec very shortly. And then the town retained 1 acre for a potential fire hall in the future and 12 acres for a potential MRG site or to be sold in the future. And we also have a stormwater management pond, which is a large block on that lot, on that site. And we have woodlot for potential trail development or other community use. So these are some of the headlines that we got last year in 2022, and these are just a few of them, but some good headlines, some good news stories. And I find it, I kind of laugh because I constantly get cornered or I see on social media or whatever, what's that building going up on Clark Road? And it's been, we've been talking about it for a couple of years now. We've had press releases, we've had news stories, we've had council reports, we've had, I don't know what all, but it's like we're trying to keep a secret, but we've told it multiple times. And we'll have a couple more events coming up. They're going to have a hiring event, then they're going to have a grand opening event. So maybe by the end of that, people understand what's going on there. So near future new development, as I mentioned, 120,000 square feet and the 233,000 square feet to be leased. We also have the 140 acre farm that we recently saw some planning applications for. They're planning on selling 58 acres that would accommodate up to 1 million square feet. And then they want to balance, they want to build the balance out to be about approximately 1 million square feet to be leased out. So it's nice to see private developers coming to town and developing industrial land and the municipality not having to do that. So we can support them. We can still accommodate our goals of creating jobs and new assessment without actually going through the headaches of development. Cammie's also putting a 400,000 square foot addition on and the $1 billion. So there's a lot of exciting news over at Cammie, and I think more to come. Current industrial opportunities, we actually have some properties available. So we have the 58 acre site, we have a 14.47 acre site at 385 Thomas, That's currently listed. And then 271 Ingersoll Street is a 5-acre site listed. So it's nice to have that inventory of greenfield sites that we can market. During my time here, we've had basically no available space in the like actual industrial space. So we've actually got some inventory there too. So 11 Underwood has 47,000 square feet, and then the building to be constructed, 120,000 square feet. So it's nice to have that inventory to be able to market it. So that's my presentation. I appreciate the time. I appreciate council support. As I said through this presentation, it is a team effort, and we all have to work together to create the conditions and the climate for businesses to succeed. And without a strong council, without staff and council working well together, without public and all these partnerships, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. And I think there's a lot of great things going on in Ingersoll, and I look forward to a lot of good things to come. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Curtis, for a great presentation. I certainly want to move to the community, but I already live there, so we're ahead of the game, right? So any questions or comments for Curtis? Councillor Cancun-Boston, please.
I just want to thank you. What a great presentation. You're right. If people aren't realizing what's going on, all they have to do is look at this presentation to know what's happening in our community, both commercially, industrially, that kind of thing. It's great, great, great presentation. Congratulations. I think I speak from all of us. We're very proud of you, very proud of your department. You are providing great leadership under the economic development, and just keep selling. Just keep going. It's all good. We're good.
Thanks very much, Christy. And the public can pick up the phone too and call me if they have questions about economic. I'm happy to answer those calls or to explain what's going on. But thank you for your kind words. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I would recommend if you're starting a business or anything, every resident in town, or a potential resident, these services are available for your use. Curtis can certainly put you in touch with anybody that you're looking for. He knows, again, they show the great collaboration that happens between everybody involved in economic development. And so it certainly, don't be afraid to pick up the phone and use that services that we're providing, that you're providing through your taxes, and reach out, because you never know what's going to happen. Like you said, you never know what's available. If you have an idea, you want to start a business, you know somebody who's interested, reach out, and it's an awesome opportunity to do something in your community and use those resources. And so I appreciate all the collaboration. It's extremely important and extremely appreciated that the groups work very well together to make sure that if it doesn't go to Ingersoll, if we don't have something available, it goes to something in Oxford County, and then if it's not, it's in a regional approach. So it's at the closest possibility. Again, if it happens in Oxford County, we still benefit as Ingersoll ratepayers, and so do our residents for jobs. So it's great to have. We'd love everything in Ingersoll, but we know that's not possible. So.
Well, and that's kind of the priority is obviously Ingersoll first. You guys are the ones that sign my paycheck, so that's where. But back to your, starting a business. I want people to call me. I don't have to have all the right answers. I know the partners that do, and so I'm happy to have a conversation with anybody, whether it's starting a business, expanding business, whatever that is. Reach out, talk to me. I won't necessarily have the answers, but I can send them over to Community Employment Services, Community Futures Oxford, any one of our partner organizations. They have the answers, and so I can refer them over. So happy to be the first point of contact, and that's we build relationships and we maintain those relationships so that we can use those use that to benefit our businesses and our folks. So
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Wilson, you have a resolution, please.
I do. Thank you, Curtis. That the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the Economic Development and Tourism Department orientation presentation as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Moving along, we will now go down to correspondence and resolution. Councilor Hughes, you have Amyloidosis Awareness Month.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the Council of the Town of Ingersoll the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received correspondence regarding Amyloidosis Awareness Month as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next, we will go to Councillor Hallerou, Oxford County Proposed Backflow Prevention Program, please.
The Mayor, moved by myself, Councillor Hallerou, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the memorandum from David Simpson, Director of Public Works for Oxford County, regarding the Oxford County Proposed Backflow Prevention Program. Notice of public consultation centers as information.
Discussion. Councillor Van Koon-Bossens.
I just wanted to point out, in case people don't read into the report, that on Thursday, February 23rd, they will be here, and I'm assuming in council chambers? Yes, okay. Getting that confirmation that the presentation will be in council chambers. So if anybody is interested, then they could come out to see that, just in case somebody doesn't read into the report. Oh, 2 to 4, I've even been told, so 2 to 4. Thank you.
Excellent. Hopefully it's not needed and that everybody in the town has read our agenda. So. Any further comment or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Councillor Hudson, correspondence from Tim Lubson regarding dog park, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Koon-Bossen, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from Tim Lobson regarding the Ingersoll Dog Park as information.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves, you'd like to make a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, the volunteer policy is coming forward. It majorly affects the Parks and Rec Department, so we want their participation, and so we're trying to make sure we schedule that appropriately. So it will be coming.
Further comment? Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're now moving down to considerations of notice of motion. I have one coming forward, and I'm going to pass the chair to the deputy mayor while we consider that to allow for full participation.
Thank you, Mayor Peachy. Do you want to start by reading your motion?
I
Perfect.
certainly can. I hope everybody has it a while. It is a longer one, but moved by myself. Whereas Ingersoll maintains a police force through an agreement with the Solicitor General under Section 10 of the Police Services Act, RSO 1990 CP 15, to have the Ontario Provincial Police provide police services to the town, and whereas Section 27(1) of the Police Services Act, RSO 1990 CP 15, requires every municipality that maintains a police force to have a police services board, and whereas Section 5C of Ontario Regulation 26810 states that municipalities shall pay to each board member who is appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council or the Solicitor General in a municipality having a population exceeding 10,000 and not exceeding 100,000 according to the last revised assessment roll, not less than $300 a year. And whereas the Ingersoll Police Services Board routinely holds 10 to 12 meetings per year and may not meet less than 4 times per year in accordance with Section 35(1) of the Police Services Act, RSO 1990 CP 15, and whereas the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll resolved to increase its Police Services Board membership from the mandatory minimum of 3 members to 5 members as permitted under Section 27(6) of the Police Services Act, RSO 1990 CP 15, and whereas the authority of Section 28(1) and 2 of the Police Services Act, the Ingersoll Police Services Board elects a chair to act elects a vice chair to act as the chair if the chair is absent or if the chair's position is vacant. And whereas Section 283 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, allows a municipality to pay any part of the remuneration and expenses of the members of any local board of the municipality. And whereas 27(4)A of the Police Service Act states that the board of the municipality whose population, according to the last enumeration taken under Section 15 of the Assessment Act, does not exceed 25,000, shall consist of the head of council, that should say a member of the public, and the head of council, a member of council, and two provincially appointed members. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Ingersoll direct staff to bring forward a bylaw under authority of Section 283 of the Municipal Act to establish a policy to remunerate members of the Ingersoll Police Services Board that includes the following. A, that remuneration to be set at $75 per meeting for provincially, citizen, and council-appointed members of the Ingersoll Police Services Board. B, that the head of council shall not receive remuneration on top of the remuneration received for being the head of council if they choose to be a member of the Police Services Board, and that the chair of the Police Services Board receive $112.50 per meeting, which is 50% more than members, and the vice chair receive $93.75 per meeting, which is 25% more than members, in recognition of the chair and vice chair's additional responsibilities, and that the head of council receive no remuneration if they are elected as chair or vice chair of the Police Services Board. And further, that council discuss if they would like to continue with a 5-member board or revert back to a 3-member board.
Perfect. Your motion, would you like to speak to that? Any further?
We may need a second.
Oh, sorry. Yes, a seconder for Mayor Petry's motion. Thank you.
Chris.
Yes, Christy Fikut-Lasses. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, I certainly would like to speak to that. So what did all that mean? Well, basically, I was just outlining basically where we get, where the responsibilities and legislative acts take us in having a police services board and how they're remunerated. So the goal of this is to require, to provide adequate remuneration to members on the Police Services Board for the work that's required to be on the board, and to have a discussion about membership. The reasoning behind the numbers is this, that you are required to have a minimum of 4 meetings per year under the Act, and that the minimum amount is to be paid is $300 for provincial members. And so the math says that that would be $75 per meeting to do that. Again, they regularly have 10 to 12 meetings per year, depending on the schedule, and so that would not be the minimum. It would be, I think after 12 meetings, it would be about $900 per person to start out with for a general member. When it comes to the remuneration of the mayor or the head of council, I firmly believe that this is a job that is automatically given to the head of council, and so their full wages that they receive for being mayor should be fully compensating, and that they should not receive extra for something that's included in the job title to begin with. That does not apply to any other member, because no other member is automatically appointed, and therefore it is added responsibilities on, so they should receive extra remuneration for that at a reasonable amount. And then I can, when it comes to 5-member board to 3-member board, I just wanted to bring council's awareness of that was done, and that's an option to go back to. It doesn't necessarily, I don't think there's a problem with the current membership. It's just more of to make sure everybody's aware that that is an option. That was at one time we were a 3-member board, and that we've actually made the choice to go to a 5-member board. So certainly open to discussion and input. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Any further discussion? Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. So I'm going to talk to the second portion of it, reverting back to the 3-member board. I think we cut it really short. All you need is like one person to be sick, and you've got almost half of your board not there. So I'm not really in favor. I think it's great to have a fulsome discussion, but taking it down to 3, I remember previous council, we had 3 people, I think it was, declare conflicts, and it took us down from a 7-member council down to 4 very, very quickly, and all we needed was one more person to be, not able to be here for that meeting because of sickness. And, it leaves, not to me, not having enough discussion at the table. So I think that having a 5-member board is where we should be. I am supporting the reduction in the pay in that respect. I think that the amounts that you've come up with, Mayor Petrie, is very well thought out. It's something that you have not taken lightly in that respect. I was sitting here thinking, if I was head of council, would I want this head of council telling me that, in the future, I'm not able to receive that amount of money? And I'm not sure that that's still fair of us to do in that respect. I think everybody has the right to say, they don't want to receive money from a board in that respect. But it comes down to it that we can put it into place for the 4 years that you're on for sure. If you were to get reelected after 4 years, if that was your choice to run again, or if somebody else was, it's something that could be revisited in the future. So at this point in time, I have no problem in supporting you in that respect. I do understand where you're coming from. I think that you're right. It is mandated for you to sit on that board. And if you're feeling that that is a part of your job as mayor, then I will support you in that respect. So I fully support your motion in that respect. Thanks.
Councillor Hallerow?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I wanted to just say that when it comes to the 5-member board, I definitely support keeping the 5 because our experience, even in this first meeting we had, was you and I were not able to attend and the meeting was still able to take place. So just in that respect, I think that 5 is like a buffer and we should hold that 5 as it is.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I agree with the 5 members should maintain the 5-member. As for the pay, yeah, sure, let's go ahead with that. As for the head of council not taking pay for that, I think we should keep that in place as being paid, as Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson said earlier in regards to that. But one other point is you were saying that you were mandated to take this position. If I remember correctly, previous councils, the mayor was not on the police services board. Therefore, it was 2 other members, one deputy. At the time when I was on the police services board, it was deputy mayor and then another member of council. So that, I guess it really doesn't affect that scenario, but no, I don't think that should be included. I'd like to see that removed. And if that's the case, then you don't want to be paid, then you can donate that money or donate it back to the town of Ingersoll. And then one other point I want to bring up is I know in the past there has been an unwritten rule of a member of council not being able to chair any board or committee. Does that fall into this scenario as well in regards to the mayor not being able to be chair of the police services board or any other member of council being able to chair any other board or committee?
I believe the clerk may be the best person to answer that.
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hughes, I will have to confirm with research, but I'm almost certain that there is nothing preventing the mayor from acting as the chair or another member of council as vice chair. I did some preliminary research. There's a number of police services boards that have their members of council as vice chairs. I couldn't find any examples where they have their member of council or their mayor as chair, but I don't think there's anything that legally prohibits that, but I have to do a little bit more research into that.
Any further discussion? Mayor Petrie?
Yeah, when it comes to, you are correct, Councillor Hughes, that the mayor has the choice. So it's the mayor's choice, the head of council's choice to sit on the police services board. If they don't choose, then it's going to be another person. I just believe that it is their choice, and it's when you sign up for the job, it's stated there that you should be that is the case unless you choose not to be. So to me, that was part of the job, and so I'm quite comfortable with the salary that's given through the ratepayers of Ingersoll to provide all those in there. And I just don't. I 100% agree that every other member is taking on extra responsibility and should get paid extra. I just don't think that the mayor, the head of council, should. And if again, that has to be discussed at a different time. That's everybody's choice. If it is taken out, then yes, 100%, every dollar I get will be donated back to the community. I just don't have any interest in taking any more for the position. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion or comments? Councillor Halleru?
I think if the mayor insists on what he has proposed, I think I agree with Councillor Van Boston's to have that as a term thing, and then we probably have the next council revisit that.
So there's comments for amendments, but no amendments proposed. So anyone would like to so move, or we'll go back to the original motion?
Council can always revisit this, just like we're doing now. If someone else bring for a motion, they could always do that.
Councillor Hughes?
Point 2, further the council discuss to continue with a 5-member board or revert back to 3-member board. Would that be requiring an amendment to remove?
There's no action there. It's just to have a discussion. So it wasn't to adopt a change back or anything like that. It was just to have. It's just for information's sakes about knowing what's been done and what's available.
No problem.
I'm going to call the vote on the motion as presented. All in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to our second notice of motion. Councillor Halleru, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Move by myself. Oh, sorry. It's late. All right, so we have a motion that moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of Ingersoll, the Town of Ingersoll, direct staff to investigate and bring back a report on incentives to encourage occupancy of vacant downtown shops and residences to avoid further deterioration of an entire block to drive traffic to the downtown core. This motion was proposed before the Economic Development team did their presentation, and I made note of his intention to continue with the facade improvements. And I had a question because this motion could either go forward or align with what you have presented. So are we able to modify for not just facade improvement, but for interior, say, fix up so that people can willingly take up spaces to do the extra facade modifications? Because if not, then this was intended for staff to look at maybe prior policies in which we could incentivize people. I do recognize that there are 3 current vacancies on listings right now for rent. But again, there are so many other places that could actually do with some boost to an investment so we could have them fully, occupied.
Please.
Yeah, so you can do we do plan on doing a fulsome review of the community improvement plan, and there are a variety of incentives that we can look at. I'm not aware of any that provide we do provide update to building code that sort of stuff, we do offer incentives for that. But as far as like anything beyond the facade, other than that, there aren't a lot of examples of incentives that are offered for like interior things or structural things, or you know, a new roof or things like that I'm aware of. But we can look into it and we can determine what incentives are offered. But as noted, and it's in the strategic plan, we do plan on bringing a fulsome review of the CIP back in sort of May, June, September of this year that would look at what other jurisdictions are offering, what we're offering, what options council can consider, and then that gets us ready for the next year's budget to be able to establish those incentives through the community improvement plan. Downtown revitalization was also identified in the strategic plan. It's a 10-year strategic plan. It's going to take a bit of time to get to some of those items. So,
Mr. Graves, please.
Yes, and if I could, we do, of course, offer secondary unit upgrades in our incentive programs too, and sometimes providing those secondary units increases houses in our downtown, but also provides a secondary income for some of those downtown businesses. Can be very beneficial to making their commercial enterprises more viable when they've got rentals coming from the upper stories. And of course, we do have the some programs that offer assistance for conversions and stuff too. So we're offering a number of programs right now. We haven't had a whole lot of uptake. We'd sure like to get a couple uptake so that we could trumpet our wins out there. But that is something, as Curtis has identified both in this presentation and it is identified in the strategic plan, we are intending to bring that back to say, you know, where else can we go to and what else, you know, should we increase incentives and so on to encourage more of this, and that will be coming to council in the future.
Councillor Halleru.
So does that mean that perhaps we're not promoting them enough, or maybe we should do a kind of like a promotional blitz so that it's almost like it's a new year, we get people aware of what's available to them?
Curtis, please.
So we have promoted it to just about every business in the downtown core. We've tried to have face-to-face conversations with them on multiple occasions. It's been on our website. We've advertised it, I think, on social media. It's one of those things where it's kind of back to the dot foods. Like, what's that building going up there? You can tell somebody 7 times what's happening, but they'll still say, I didn't know anything about this sort of thing. So we are promoting it. We are out there. We've door knocked. We've had face-to-face conversations with the majority, if not all. You know, I don't know what more we can really do to promote it other than flying a plane around with a banner behind it saying, call Curtis and ask about the CIP. But whether it's not, and we haven't heard any feedback, you know, of people saying this isn't enough. So
No,
we don't know really
what I'm thinking is the landlords that are not even there, like the ones that are shut down completely and no one has occupied that space. So how do we know they're getting that information? That's the problem. So
I can speak to this as well, is that it is about ownership, and so you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so we do have some landlords that are not interested in development. Staff does provide options. Again, when it comes to this motion, the strategic plan under priority 2.2 downtown revitalization speaks to this. There's 3 objectives there that I think that given time and staff's input, we heard on December 19th meeting that they're going to review the CIP program. We've heard it tonight, and I think that we need to give them some time to be able to bring forward some more solutions. Obviously, they realize that the uptake has not been there as prospected. We really thought that was going to be a very good incentive moving forward, that people needed some help. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, so I'm looking forward to see what staff can see what other communities are doing and bring that forward. And I'll turn it over to Curtis.
Well, and just to add to that, Mr. Mayor, we didn't have a CIP in place until 2018, I think it was. So, you know, we went fairly conservatively, I would say, with some of these incentives. The tax incremental grant is very liberal, but I think we can make a business case for that. But fairly conservative on a lot of the incentives. So it was sort of start slow, see what uptake we get, see what feedback we get, and then we can always grow from there. It's a lot harder to ratchet back than ratchet forward, right? So, but, you know, we're coming up on 5 years. It's time to take a look at it. It's time to have those discussions. It's time to look at our neighbors and see what they're up to and have that fulsome discussion. But it's just, there's a lot on council's plate right now that we're looking at. So we don't want to overwhelm you with too many reports and too many big documents and things like that. So we're trying to space it out accordingly, and also we're working on a lot of good things as well. So it's fitting that into those two schedules.
Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Bowen, please.
I can certainly appreciate the intent of the motion and wanting the downtown to be as good as it can possibly be. But I also want to recognize that considering we just came out of a pandemic where all of those businesses were closed, I think we did really well and staff did a really good job. And those businesses reopened their doors, and I think our downtown looks really good, and we had investment even during the pandemic. So I'm not sure what our vacancy rate is right now. It's probably quite low, but you know, we'll get there. But I just don't want to overshadow that I think our downtown looks the best it's looked in a long time.
We did lose a couple of businesses, but they were due to retirements, but it was just so happened that they were during the pandemic time. So it wasn't related to the pandemic necessarily. Retail's changing, the fabric of the community is changing, the opportunities are changing. Like there's a lot of change that's going on. It's going to impact our downtown core, but there's also a lot of new opportunity that's coming that's going to also drive business to the downtown core that we need to capitalize on. We're lucky in that we have a very compact downtown core, so we can have a big impact on that. It's not stretched out like a lot of other communities where you can't have as big of an impact. So I appreciate your words, and I think we all, again, back to the partners, I think we all worked together and we all did great things during that time that allowed our businesses to survive. But we are going to see changes. We are going to see vacancy in the downtown core. But it's how do we adapt? How do we pivot? How do we not bleed the uses that are in the downtown core out to the outside? That's ways that we can work together to keep our downtown strong. So,
Councillor Bowen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too don't think I could support this motion, considering that we do have the CIP we're going to be looking at in the near future. Again, I have to agree with Deputy Mayor. We've just come through a pandemic. We just introduced the CIP program, and then we get shut down for 2 years. The BIA still has a facade improvement program going on. We have an economic development officer that is encouraging anybody who's looking to come to our downtown. But again, if we can't get to the absentee landlords, how do we rent the building? We don't own it. We can't control it. With that being said, there is some activity downtown. There's 2 buildings on King Street with some activity. There's 2 on Thames Street. And heck, the one even right across from Tim Hortons is starting to show some signs of encouragement. We've had 3 new business changes on Thames Street. We have 1 new business on King Street West. We have 1 new one on Thames Street South. And there will possibly be another new one on King East. So there is activity downtown. As Deputy Mayor said, I think we've come through this pandemic very well, and we are seeing some growth. So let's give it some time. Let's take a look at our CIP program. Let staff concentrate on that rather than go and research other incentives when we've already got at least 3 or 4 in place now.
Yeah, I wish Mr. Gillies was still here, because Scott could give you a history lesson on, over time, the amount of businesses that have come and gone and changed. It's a small downtown, but it changes over time. The different types of business that thrive. At one time, there was a cooperage, but nobody makes barrels anymore. So if we want to go back, it's changing economic times and what's successful in the downtown. We've seen a lot of service businesses. It used to be a lot of retail. It's going to change over time. I'm encouraged by the amount of young entrepreneurs investing in our downtown, and either through buying existing businesses or opening new ones. And so I have no doubts that our downtown will be here, but certainly support looking at different things to help them support that and keep it going. So, For that reason, just the same ones I won't support, but I do support the initiative of wanting our downtown to be healthy. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion defeated. We will now go into bylaws. Go into committee of the whole. Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. 1, establish user fees bylaw 23-5244. 2, amend zoning bylaw for ZN 6-22-11, bylaw 23-5245. 3, amend zoning bylaw for ZN 6-22-07, bylaw 23-5246. And 4, confirmation bylaw February 13th, 2023, bylaw 23-5247. Council in committee of the whole, Mayor Petrie in the chair. On motion, the bylaws are accepted as circulated. That constitutes the first and second reading of the bylaws.
Excellent, thank you very much. Just 1 second here. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are now in committee of the whole on the bylaws. Would anybody discuss any of the bylaws? Seeing none. I now ask for Deputy Mayor Wilson for a rise out of the committee of the whole, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the committee do now rise out of the committee of the whole.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Third reading, Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that bylaws 23-5244 to 23-5247 be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed, and that this constitutes the third reading of the bylaws.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I will now call upon Councillor Hughes to adjourn the February 13th, 2023 meeting, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerue, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll adjourns the February 13th, 2023 regular meeting of Council at 10:04 p.m.
Thank you very much for that discussion. I just want to say a lot of good discussion tonight. I moved through this a lot faster than I thought we might. So there was, thank you everybody for that, and we look forward to our next meeting is February 16th. We'll consider the budget this Thursday. So we look forward to that. That's an exciting night as well. And then we have another meeting scheduled for the 23rd as well if we require it. So with that, I will call the vote. All those in favor? That is opposed. That is carried. We are now out of our meeting. Would anybody like to have any thing they'd like to put out to the community or anything? Happy, yeah, excellent.
Happy Black History Month. I've invited everyone I can to take a look at what's happening in the library February 18th. We're going to have an unveiling of a statue by Dwayne. We're going to be telling some stories, and I know Councillor Mike Bowen is going to be our special guest. So I want Ingersoll to understand that the history is positive when it comes to the Canadian Black history. There's so much beauty to hear about, from the roots of those Blacks who saw Canada as a safe of refuge, places of refuge. So I encourage us to learn, because even I, as a Black immigrant, I'm learning too about the Black history. And I think it takes us, you know, to a place where we can talk about this freely without feeling defensive, because none of us did anything. So I invite everyone to come take a look and share and enjoy the stories, because the more we talk about it with our young generations, the more they see it as nothing, and the more equitable our society will be. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes, Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens.
We're just messing up names altogether tonight.
I looked that way and I looked.
I know, see, I did the same thing. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Family Day. I know that we're meeting as council, but again, before that, but for those that maybe don't tune into our meeting on Thursday night, I hope that everybody gets a chance to spend Family Day with their families. Whomever that might be. It might be friends, it might be your own family members, it could be whomever. But spending time with either, as I put it, the family that you have that you can't choose, or your family of choice. I don't get to choose my little girl anymore, she's just there. So, but I also have a family of choice, which are very good friends, and I'm blessed to have all of those people in my life as well. So if you don't have a family in that respect, then please choose your family of choice and enjoy that day. There's lots of great things going on out in the community, so make sure you have a look at it. And upcoming, there's March break, and there's a lot of great events that are being sponsored by Qantas, and I'll just put that out there. Check your social media, it's coming, and you can sign your kids up and go swimming and skating and all that wonderful good stuff, bowling, okay? Thank you.
And I'll be the person to remind everybody that tomorrow is Valentine's Day. That's your early warning, and yeah, if you got someone in your life that you care about, make sure you spend some time with them. It's important, you never know what's going to happen, and so take every opportunity you can, but tomorrow, even if they say they don't want anything, don't fall for that. So that's my advice of the day. Anybody else? No? Okay. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.